Hello. Hello, hello. Someday I'm gonna turn this scene on and it's just gonna be ready to go instead of me having to refresh the webcam. That will be the day. Alright, hello everybody, welcome back to the WardiTV Team League playoffs as we go into day number 2. Today we have Liquid against the Musketeers to start us off, followed by Shopify Rebellion versus the Villains of SC2, and then we'll have ourselves to wrap up the day, the winner of these two matches playing against each other. So that's how things will go. Everyone's ready. I'm just going to do a quick double check of casters. It looks good to me. I think we can begin. Alright, hello, hello, hello. What's up, Fly Aiken? How you doing? 3-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it, mate. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for 3 years priming us up. We shark on the 39-month resub as well. Good morning. Mr. Wardy, I hope you a happy day and a very good stream. Thank you so much for the 39 months, mate. Thank you so much, Fly Aiken 36. We shark 39. Hello, everybody. Let's cast some StarCraft 2. Double check the YouTube's turned on. I've been forgetting to turn the YouTube on lately. My brain apparently is just like, you know. So the secondary stream, we don't turn that on you. It's too much thinking. So that's been a thing, but I'm getting better at remembering again for some reason. As you can see, we are in game, so we're ready to go. This is going to be a best of 9. We have then hence got 3 best of 9s to play through today. And let's see if we get any awesome action out of it. As we start in the bottom right corner of the map, the blue Protoss player is going to be Skillus. Up against the red Protoss in the top left-hand side, it is going to be Showtime. Looking forward to another long night of no sleep in WardiTV Team League. Hell yeah, that's what we're talking about. Love it. Alright, put you on the new cam, guys. We'll get this ready to rumble and get this party starting here in the next few moments and see where the PvP to start the day is going to take us. It's actually a lot of mirror matchups in this matchup. We've got PvP, then TVT, then more PvP and TVD down the line as well. So it's going to be a lot of mirrors, but we'll get through it. We'll work our way through. Proper on the top. And we're going to get this started for a few moments. As the probe moves about, gateway and the cybercore coming in, final in production. It's going to be seeing the probe still producing through as well, so a little bit of setting up just for the initial stages. Get that on the way. And in we go to see what's up. Alright, yeah, bit of PvP, Liquid against the Musketeers. Musketeers yesterday had such a good start and then just couldn't bring it home in that series against Basilisk originally. So, such a good start, so much hope. Just not able to bring it back down though. In the end, as they drop down into this matchup here against Liquid, who finished 3rd place in their group. Liquid a solid performance, and I actually think the matchups really line up nicely for Liquid in this series as well. They get a lot of PvPs against Classic. They get Cure playing the TVTs. I think is actually very good for them too. I think Liquid are very competitive, even though they have once again still not put Clem into the roster. So Clem just not taking part, not being used. Man, what if Liquid won the whole thing without even using Clem, you know? That'd be sick. Twilight Council next is coming about. Sentry and Warp Gate coming over. I'm just going to be seeing the Gate and the Immortal coming through. Sentry and the Warp Gate continue to go over as well. I'm just going to see those couple of gates coming by for the moment. A couple of Stalkers going to shoot a hallucination moving by. Well, blink on the way, battery coming up. You're just going to be seeing the couple of stalkers warping in as well. We have the adepts and the prism continue to come about. You just take a few moments to continue to settle there. The blink, continue chrono boost on that Twilight Council. A couple of batteries coming up as well. Obviously, Skillus is yet to expand, so you could imagine these 3 gates in the robo from him are going to look to be aggressive. No prism. Okay, it is on its way. So the prism is moving across the map currently. So it's on its way over. And it just gets set at first. Immortal, a few adepts and the stalkers gather up as well. It's going to be seeing those batteries are going to be completing probe, and the blink still coming through. The adepts are going to go shading. A couple force fields come down, blocking the adepts and the stalkers off just to begin with. Shots going through, stalkers and the sentries coming about as well. Just going to be seeing a few more hits coming about right there. Just going to be seeing this back and forth continuing. You're going to be seeing the Immortal fighting. A couple of stalkers still being chased. The sentry coming through. Showtime's losing a lot of stuff. Skillus' supply is looking great, and he's going to keep pushing forward. That Immortal obviously packing quite a punch. He's going to be seeing the GG going to get called, and Skillus hits hard with the 3-gate robo. He's going to go up 1-0 in this best of 9 as we get this going. Cool. All right, let's get into game number 2 then, which means we'll hop into the NA server. As we'll be hopping over to 10,000 feet for Heromarine versus Cure. So we'll hop on over to NA and see if Liquid can capitalize on what is already a strong start. Skillus taking the first game is big for them. Very cool. These teams are somehow on the same wavelength when picking slots. I mean, that happens all the time, and that used to be one of the big downsides of Pro League. They actually changed their rules in World Team League because of this as well. Because they used to end up with a lot of mirror matchups in World Team League because you'd basically be picking, oh, the Zerg map, we'll send our Zerg. And so you'd end up with a ZVZ or PvP, or you know what I mean? So, they actually changed the rules in World Team League to just be, you just blindly pick the order of players without knowing the map. That was the first map in the series and so on, which is a little crazy as well, but yeah. The Musketeers do have server advantage, guys, so they're going to get central for this opening game against of Heromarine and Cure, which will be on 10,000 feet. So give me 1 second, get this hosted up, and we get ready to go. Alright, we got Q here. Heromarines join the lobby. We've got 2 more casters that need to join us. And be off and away into this in just a couple of seconds. Guys, thanks for joining us today, of course, and hope you're all having a wonderful weekend so far. It's Saturday, right? Yeah, it's the weekend. It is the weekend. My brain is just everywhere because I didn't stream so much the last week or so. And so, you know, my daily kind of plan, schedule, idea of what the heck's going on in the world basically changes, apparently, based on how when I stream. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright, Q just needs a minute. I feel like we're missing a caster, but I'm not sure. There we go. We have 1 extra have joined us, so we did, in fact, need an extra caster, but we got them now. Kira ready, Heromarine ready. Let's get straight into game 2, guys. Obviously, best of 9s can definitely go long, so our goal is to generally be a little bit more speedy between the games. We want to try and keep it moving. We've got 3 best of 9s to get through. I'd like it if this didn't take 7 hours. Just try and stay on the better side of time today would be nice. So we'll try, but then if I'm just trying to rush into games, that's all that's happening. We typically try and do that anyway. But yeah. Also, because we're likely to have a bit of downtime between the 2nd series and the 3rd series, while teams pick their players and their maps, then we also want to just try and, like I say, minimize downtime between the games within a series whenever possible. In the top left-hand corner of the map, the Red Terran player will be down a game and looking to bring it back in some TVT. It is Heromarine. On the bottom right, our blue Terran player is going to be Cure. Rebellion were really good at predicting who'd go out first. Well, Rebellion were really good at sniping Clem because they knew they knew Liquid didn't like to put Clem early because Clem liked to have longer to wake up. So they always put ByuN in like the last series, and he always sniped Clem. It was pretty funny. Then eventually Liquid realized what was going on. They finally changed it, but the good old days of World Team League and all the shenanigans that brought along with it. Alright, Rex coming up, gas on the way. The SDVs are building as we get settled in for a couple of moments. And the Rex coming through, the SDVs are building. It's going to be seeing that SDV still heading toward the upper left-hand side of the map initially, so away we go. Get in position. I'm just going to be seeing the Reaper building at the same time. So Reaper on the way up, the Orbital coming through. And yeah, the depot continues to produce in just for a couple moments here. Get that all started. A little bit of a chase about. SCV going to chase the other SCV. Command Center getting blocked for a moment as well. And the Command Center is going to drop down onto the natural for the next few moments. Just going to put that into place then. SCV still comes over. Remember that factory all building by, the Command Center still coming up. We just have ourselves a little bit of movement continuing for the moment then. And we do have that Reaper heading right up the top side. Let's get that factory finishing shortly, Command Center, and again about to be done. And the Reapers will meet each other as they engage in whole grenade back and forth. Let's see where we go. Using mana to try and be classic, that's risky. I mean, it's not like they saw classic and were like, mana, we choose you. They just picked mana to go out on that match, right? Someone has to play against classic. And like I say, for whatever reason, Liquid have not used Clem all season, so I don't know if that's just a thing that's going to continue or not, but yeah, the further we go, the more it seems as though they're playing this as like, more of a... really does make it like more of a case that probably Clem is not playing in this league and they just added him to the roster to scare people a bit. So... I was going to see the reactor coming up, the starport coming through as well. We get a lot of that on the way through. For the moment, as the barracks just moves off over to the reactor here, so it's going to get that set. Command Center is going to finish very shortly. A couple of Reapers going to get in, a couple of grenades going down, SCVs already falling, going to be seeing 3-4 of those going down quickly, so pretty good damage from Cure early, going to get 3 workers, really lowering that income of Heromarine by a little bit already. SCVs go down, just going to see the couple Hellions join back together. Again, the Interference Medics and the Raven continue to come through. The Tank and the Marines continue to come across. I was going to be seeing the Command Center dropping down. And we continue through this over the next few moments. So again, we get that all set up. Factory building, a siege tank right now as well, the Liberator. Continues to build up the moments, just get that on the way. Interference Matrix coming through. Stimpak on the way out. Just gonna be having a little back and forth there. Cyclone locking on, a couple other units coming back over as well. We just get gathered together. This is going to be that, again, Interference Matrix just building straight by for now, so we bring that straight up. That Stimpak coming online as well. And we just have ourselves the Raven and everything else continue to come through too, so everything looking very TVT-esque. He has that little bit of an army supply lead, so we'll see if that goes anywhere here overall. We'll see if that kind of leads to anything as we get that underway. The tank just going to get self-sieged. And we are going to see the Raven, the stim pack still building up as well. That factory going to swap over to the reactor. A couple of those barracks still coming online. The factory coming through the extra barracks building. Just a lot of everything continuing to get built right here. And yeah, that Raven is gonna pop in a couple moments. Marine and the Cyclone. I'll take that chance to nibble through this set of rocks over there as well. A couple tanks gonna unsiege. Marines and Hellions gonna move out with that as well. And again, that stim pack still ticking along for the next few moments here. Starport can land shortly. The factory moves to the tech lab. Again, there go the barracks in the next few moments. A couple of the other barracks will be able to relocate as well. Starport to the reactor, factory to the tech lab, so we play some swapsies. So Orbital still moving about, and again, the upgrades all continuing by 1-1 in that stim all building. Just having that Raven group waiting overhead in the natural expansion in Cure. Yeah, is ready to take his own third base. Heromarine already moving down there. Similar timings of the third, and obviously both players kind of playing in a similar way in that regard. Heromarine a little bit faster on stim, which means he's also a bit faster on combat shields. So there's going to be a timing window where maybe Heromarine has that marine advantage to the point he could maybe come out and do something with it. The question is, will he take that opportunity to try and do something with it, or does he see that as too much of a risk? Attacking, into a Terran in TVT typically goes very badly for you, so we'll see. Cyclone locks on. Reaper goes down. The stim pack is going to finish in a few moments' time. And a couple of medevacs going to come down that right side with everything else as well. Minions come over to the left. A few units just coming about. One building there from here. Marine going to finish very shortly. That combat shield also completing. Just continue to bring that into place. So you take a scan. You're going to see, oh, Matrix is the siege tank. Obviously, you got to be careful because there's tanks of your opponent, but you also have there's Matrix of your opponent, but you also have your own Ravens here still. Oh, this is going to get interesting. Do we have the high ground vision? We do. We get the Matrix off, and now the SCVs pull in. The tanks need to fire on something smart here. We do drop one Matrix. Two tanks going down. Okay, we save one. The other might live as well. Okay, well, not because of the high ground tank, surely. No, it hits the Marine. Here, Marine's lost a little bit too much here. 40 SCVs down. Yeah, the drop on the other side has killed the third basic cure, but this attack is pushing in to do game-ending damage in and of itself, and in comparison to the third base, it's not going to be that much, and just a little bit of salt in the wounds. 8 Marines in the medevac going down there. GG is called, and Liquid break away to a 2-0 lead in this best of 9. It's very similar to what happened yesterday with the Musketeers. They broke away to a 2-0 lead, only for it to be brought all the way back by Basilisk in the end. So not too far gone just yet, but this next 2v2 will actually have quite a bit of impact as well, I imagine. As we're going to be going into Yellow Jackets. It's going to be Heromarine and Showtime taking on Skillus and Cure in just a couple of moments. Let me just run them ads, and we will get right on into now in third map of this first series of the day, guys. Central, we've got 3 Europeans. Unless it decides to break, then we can go to West later. Let's pray the NA server will be our friend today, shall we? Pray the NA server shall behave. Again, thank you so much for joining us, guys. If you are enjoying the stream, first of all, just a massive shout out to our sponsors for this tournament, the WardiTV Team League Season 10, brought to you by Crate Entertainment, the entire season prize pool sponsored by them. This event has not cost us a penny. I mean, it cost us quite a lot of my sanity, but it didn't cost us a penny because, like I say, the awesome Crate Entertainment guys came in and sponsored the whole thing straight up. So it was very nice of them. And shout out to them. You can exclamation mark Crate in the Twitch chat. I will do that for you guys now. And you can find out more about them. Like I say, they are the entire reason this season is happening. So shout out to Crate. Much appreciated. Everyone's just hopping over to the NA server here, guys. Get this ready to go in a few moments' time. And yeah, I'll kick this off without much further ado. After this, we have Classic versus Mana. Showtime versus Skillus, the rematch. Yeah, this is another one where, similar to yesterday, we have the same players matching up 2 times each. It's funny that the Musketeers had that happen yesterday as well, right? With the, Showtime Goblin played up best of 2, essentially, Heromarine and Trigger, Sterile and Classic. And now today, Skillus and Showtime play like a best of 2. Classic and Mana play a best of 2. Heromarine and Cure play a best of 2. So a little bit of fun on the player list there as Showtime joins our lobby, and hence we are just waiting for Mr. Skillus to be able to take this one away. Liquid off to a 2-0 start. As I say, I'm impressed by Liquid so far. I mean, they have a strong team, especially when Kyo plays well. There's absolutely a world where, you know, it's expected to see him succeeding. And they went 4-2 in the group stage. They had a very good group stage as well. Like, they had a lot of good results for themselves, so it's been very cool to see as we ready up for our next map. Like I said, just waiting for Skillus to join us here. So this is the matchup of mirrors. The matchup after is very interesting as well. Maxpax versus Lambo, Persal versus ByuN, Maxpax versus Herstem, Solo versus Scarlet. I actually think the matches line up very well for the Shopify Rebellion. And then Persal, Lambo, and Solo versus ByuN. It's actually it's a really interesting match. There's obviously a couple 2v2s mixed in there as well, guys. So, very interesting matchup of the villains versus the Shopify going to be happening. And then, of course, the winners of these two first series meet each other. That will also be today. 3 best of 9s for you guys. We ain't messing around this weekend, giving you guys plenty of StarCrafts to watch. Plenty of the StarCrafts. Let me just give Skillus a little poke, make sure he's alive. Cool. There he is. Logging in. Bringing himself over. And we can kick off into this next game, guys. Continue this first series of the day. Again, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. And then we have the action ready to resume in just a few moments' time. Go, ready. As I think everyone is indeed set. I just got Skillus to swap to orange. It's a little bit clearer, and everyone's good. We can start off into Yellow Jacket for map number 3. Liquid with a 2-0 lead. The Musketeers on the verge of elimination. Of course, at least making the playoffs, you are guaranteed prize money, but I feel like everyone wants to earn a little bit more prize money than what they've made so far. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here as we get ready to go. Like I say, into Yellow Jacket, Q and Skillus taking on Heromarine and Showtime. Let's get this underway. You can say Liquid have been pretty good so far. A 2-0 lead for them, but also they've been actually pretty good as this 2v2 duo. Q and Skillus have been very effective. At first, when I first started watching them cast them in this league, I was like, well, I wasn't convinced about the language barrier, but the language barrier has not been too much of an issue for a bunch of different people. We've also had, for example, you know, Heromarine and Classic going and winning like a 2v2 youth normal event, which is pretty impressive as well, despite the language barrier and communicating in game. So yeah, it's pretty cool overall to see the success of it. And like I say, Skillus and Q have been pretty effective throughout the event. See Heromarine and Showtime also seen some pretty reasonable success overall. Let's see what comes of it as we get into this one right now. Get this started off, get this underway. See where we're going to go. See what our players are going to do. So I can say we take a couple of seconds early to get settled. Get into this just initially. CV will nibble at that probe then, so a bit of damage being dealt. I'm just going to have our CV coming around. The probe going to be getting nibbled at, chased away for the moment. Out of there we get chased for now. Time for Captain Skillus to strike again, yeah. Hey, Skillus has been good this event. Obviously, already a map win off Showtime as well is pretty big. It really sets you off to a potential day of success here as well, I would say. So, yeah, gotta be pretty happy here if you're Skillus so far. And like I say, in the 2v2s, him and Q really have been effective throughout the league as well. So, there's obviously mirrored matchups, Terran Protoss versus Terran Protoss, which, you know, leaves you something to discuss as well, because mirrored matchups definitely kind of have a little bit of an interesting factor to them. As that Reaper does just nab that probe right off the bat. And yeah, just going to be seeing the factory, the SCV, and the Reaper also coming through. That Stargate coming up, a couple of Adepts coming online. Just going to throw another Stargate down for these next couple of moments. And yeah, bring that into play. The couple of Adepts and the Stargate and the Stalker, the Warp Gate, all of that continuing through just here. And the Reaper and the Hellion coming about. Command Center is on its way in as well. These two Adepts is going to continue to shade forward for the next couple of moments. Reaper pulls back for a little extra. See those Adepts going to shade with the Reapers, so we have seen this little Reaper Adept combo a few times actually throughout the 2v2s, where you put a little bit of the pressure on with these early units, and it's actually very powerful, very difficult to clean up everything, and obviously the Reapers can split away to deal multi-prong pressure. Let's see how well we deal with this. So far, I kind of like the split defensively. Stalker and a Reaper here. And Skillus does have to pull his probes in to try and minimize damage taken. We'll lose the first Adept now. Definitely target down at least one more probe. On the run. Actually, potentially going to shade away is the battery on the low ground has to put in some amount of work here just to help us out initially. Continuing to push through, and again, a bit more damage being dealt. The Reapers and the Hellion trying to come back over again, trying to get a little more done here still. And Stalker's also still pressing up for the next couple moments. Gonna chase, that one Stalker stepping out of there, the battery coming about, gonna go healing up the Stalker also for the next few moments, so we just get that on the way. Cyclone will come through, just going to pick off that Reaper, is going to be a massive grab. Now the Oracle just going to fly in, just going to get rid of a couple of probes here already. 3-4 workers, a couple of Phoenix are going to step up, just going to be seeing that Oracle. He's going to get caught, is it going to die? There's a lot of damage output, it is going to go down. Good grab as we get rid of something that's generally meant to kind of give you value for a long extended period here in this game. Is Showtime that obviously goes down, and it's not going to give anywhere near as much value as was initially expected / wanted from it. Cyclones and Marines continue through. You have the stim still building up. The engineering bay and the barracks continue to come online as well. And Dark Shrine is about halfway through them. And a couple of probes coming about, the battery on the way. A couple of Stalkers going to be there to poke the Phoenix back the other direction. And that +1 continue to come through. Stalker just going to get lifted. One Stalker going to poke. You're going to see that Stalker going down. A couple of these probes are going to get grabbed. The Cyclone locks on. Just going to chase the Phoenix away. Against Impact Combat Shield, +1 attack. All continuing into action there. See a gateway going to drop down at the moment. It's going to drop that into place. The 1-1 upgrades against him and Combat Shield all coming about. Just going to be seeing a couple of extra warp-ins in that bottom right-hand side, getting set to go as well right now. DT's just stepping over, heading down to the bottom left side, so again, getting across for a few moments. A couple of scans, the DT walks in and a couple of those probes already beginning to just get kind of swiped away at, so a few probes going down pretty quickly. The Marines looking to intercept, and we are going to get a DT. So we clean that up, obviously trying to lower some of this harassment value. Both the Terran players going into bio units is probably pretty important to note as well. I think pretty important to kind of notice that, because obviously a lot of the time you do see at least one Terran player going mech. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of Bioforce to gather with the Protoss accompaniment to try and figure out how they can fight through the opposition over the course of these early stages. A couple of medevacs overhead will be there ready to help and heal. Here in Yellow Jacket, one of the maps that's been pretty standard, I think, a lot of the time throughout the course of the 2v2s. I've liked this one. I feel like this one doesn't have too much. To me, it doesn't get overly defensive too easily. So it provides you ways to attack while still encouraging people to still play kind of longer games rather than cheesier stuff. So I think it's been pretty neat. Reel down. A few Phoenix still going to linger about and see if there's anything else that they can maybe get up to over the course of this. That robo facility still chrono boosting along. Just gonna see that gateway finishing up in the back. Hopefully Beacon and the Nexus still continuing to play. Marines the Cyclones coming up. Did I DC? It's always a great question to see. No. I'm not going to type because I have referee. I'm likely going to end up sending it to the players by mistake. Anyways, here we go with a drop into the base. Pretty decent drop from Cure. He actually goes after an engineering bay, which funnily enough wasn't researching anything, so it's going to be pretty minimal, the effectiveness. I think I would have preferred him to go after a few more SCVs. He actually gets quite a few Stalkers in the end as we kind of blinked in, so we weren't saving or preserving those Stalkers as nice as we maybe should have been. Despite that, Skillus and Q are still down on supply here overall. You look at what's been lost in the game, it's pretty even. 18 probes going down for Skillus is kind of the big issue. His economy has been hurt throughout the course of this, so that harass of Heromarine, so in that early game harass has definitely been something of a factor. Skillus getting to carriers though, so just building into the Sky Toss. Cure is going to start utilizing the kind of forward high grounds to place tanks on and try and get pretty defensively here set up across the board, so looking to deal with that as do have Cure Liquid, like I say, strong position in this game, strong position in this series. Long way to go yet though, especially in both of them. This game is really just setting up, especially if we're going to get Sky Toss out. I guess the question right now is, does Skillus get to a meaningful amount of carriers before they end up in trouble? Like, if Heromarine and Showtime push them now, is Skillus enough of an aid to really, you know, be a part of this game? Or do they just kind of roll over and die? There's definitely, like, one of the questions we've got to kind of ask ourselves a little bit here. Stalker's blinking up, a couple tanks getting jumped on for a few moments. It's going to be seeing the carrier showing up. The interceptors will begin to fly on forward. At the same time, though, Heromarine is pushing his way down on that bottom side, and yeah, Cure just can't really hold him off. Showtime's going to gather up over here as well, so Cure is going to go down to a 2-base Terran player. Now, these units are, I'd say, trapped in here, but there's just not that much army to really punish them for being here. The couple of carriers will do what they can, but the interceptor count is just so low. The Phoenix lift up a bunch of Stalkers to try and protect them, but then the Marines from Heromarine are too much, and it looks like the Musketeers are bringing it back in this 2v2. They really just did a good amount of eco damage to Skillus early, and Cure ended up a little behind as well, and together Heromarine and Showtime pushing while Skillus is trying to greedily move to carriers is just going to be too much. Like, the carrier count is just not going to become, like I say, good or, like I said before, meaningful before it really is just, you know, it just doesn't become meaningful before they die. Because Heromarine and Showtime do find this moment to push, they do find this opportunity, and they will use this 2v2 to bring them back and put them onto the board in this best of 9 series. GG gets called. Skillus, GG gets called from Cure. Heromarine and Showtime will take game number 3. So Heromarine and Showtime take game number 3, and up next is Classic versus Mana. This one will be on Central as well, right? Because the Musketeers had advantage for Heromarine Cure, so now it's Liquid's advantage. So yes, this is also Central on Taito Citadel. This PvP hosted up, guys, and we'll be underway as we continue through this first lower bracket matchup of the WardiTV Team League. First chance for a team to get fully eliminated from the playoffs. Just make sure everyone has the lobby link, and we can, like I say, hopefully just go nice and smoothly. We'll be back to Europe after this game because it's Showtime versus Skillus after this before we have even more 2v2 as well, so something else to think on. Who am I missing? I'm missing Mana. 4, 8, 9 casters. I think we've been on 9 casters. People keep joining and leaving and then adding second casters in and stuff. I'm just like, I've got no idea what's going on. Keeping up with the amount of people in this lobby is it's like a full-time job, man. Yay. And hope everyone is doing well today. Thanks for joining us. We are just missing Mana. We can get into this next game. So Classic Mana, then Showtime versus Skillus. Couple PvPs, and then we go into another 2v2, and then Classic Mana repeats, and then Heromarine Cure repeats as well. As Classic says hi and ready. Let's see if he can bring the Musketeers up to being level. I'm going to say there's a pretty good chance of it. Classic's definitely the favorite going into this, so let's see if he delivers on being that favorite or not. And see if Mana can maybe bring the upset. Like I say, I kind of like the matchups for Liquid because I do think that, like, you know, Mana has a shot against Classic, you know? And if Classic is the ace, let's say, of the Musketeers, which I think is pretty arguable, then yeah, I think getting Mana up against, like, Classic is much better than losing someone like Q to Classic, right? Because I think Q is very solid in all of the other matchups in this series. And I think, you know, Mana has a chance to, like I say, maybe steal the map off of Classic here, especially the fact they got him twice. I can see Mana and Classic splitting 1-1. Of course, you can also see the world where Classic goes 2-0 against Mana on the day. But like I say, you can see the world where there's maybe that potential to steal. And as in the bottom right side, our Orange Protoss player from Team Liquid will be Mana. They have a 2-1 lead, losing the 2v2 to give the Musketeers their first point of the series. Classic looks to double their points here by going up to 2 if he can win this game. And that would tie this up. He's the blue Protoss in the top left-hand side again, representing the 3 Musketeers in this WardiTV Team League Season 10, which again plays through 3 lower bracket matches today, and then tomorrow we wrap up the entirety of the tournament. So, full tournament gets wrapped up tomorrow. Excited for that, hopefully. And yeah, very, very fun, very, very exciting. Mana's gonna cannon rush. I love it. He's actually done this a lot lately. This is not just like an out of nowhere thing. So he's going to cannon rush it up. We are going to drop a couple of pylons down. So he's going to get the initial cannon kind of set up in position. He is going to get the wall off going around the back here. So Mana able to get aggro initially. And we are going to have to cancel one pylon, rebuild it though. There's the first cannon on its way now. We're going to have to keep walling it on the right side. You've got a Zealot being chrono boosted here from Classic as he goes into recovery mode and tries to fix this issue. The Gateway going to help to wall this in. We will obviously retain the pylon coverage, so the pylons will keep power to the cannon. And that cannon, it's not done yet, but I think there's a very good chance it gets online here. Like, maybe this pylon on the right side goes down, but how much are you going to lose clicking on the cannon? The cannon's going to finish as the Zealot and the Probe start to hit it. No second cannon here. We're going to get rid of the Zealot. Once the Zealot goes down, you're going to have to commit probes to kill this. It's going to be expensive. It's not impossible. Like, it will die. But like I said, quite a heavy cost. 4, 5 workers maybe. But this is obviously very committed from Man. He's getting another cannon on the way up now, and he can sort of maybe wall this in around the left side as well, perhaps. Man's got a little bit of money to spend. He's also about to have his gateway, so he can produce his own Zealot here. Get that started as well. And he's playing a bit of a dance around as he tries to, I think, wall his probe in. It's going to be very difficult from this point, though, because Classic goes back to mining. Mana has quite a lot of minerals. Oh, man, this felt like it was so close to going through for Classic, for Mana, sorry. As, oh, he does get back in. So he does get a re-wall, and he can use his Zealot to bother the other Zealot just for a little bit and to buy a bit of time. New cannon on the way. Does he have space for another cannon? He's building double cannon here, in fact. The problem is if the pylon on the top side comes out, then... or goes down, then, well, okay, he puts the Zealot in position on this left side because he wants to protect the cannons from the left as best he can. He's going to let the Zealots fight Zealots there. Still has that one pylon. He's actually going to have a pylon issue if he loses the pylon on the left, so he needs to kind of get through that. Never mind the cannon. Save the pylon. He's got double cannon, so the damage output is massive, but like I say, if the pylon goes down, that's a lot of your damage output lost. He will depower 2 cannons for a few moments. He's already killed 2 Zealots. He's now going to get after the next Zealot, and the damage output looks pretty good for Mana. He's got a Zealot here as well, and the cannons are going to do their thing. Mana will take the map off of Classic. The cannon rush gets through. This was close, because if he loses that last pylon... well, okay, he had another pylon back on the right side again, I guess. Man. The cannons had to come back online. We lost power for a few moments, but we get it back. And the cannon rush is good as Mana steals a map away from the Musketeers. And we are going to be hopping back to Europe, guys, for Skillus and Showtime in the next game. So we're going to run some ads while we swap servers. But Liquid have just moved up to a 3-1 lead as the Musketeers were so good in the group stages. But they are going to have to dig themselves out of a bit of a ditch right now as they are trailing in 3-1. It's a dangerous place to be. PvP up next. Skillus already took 1 map off Showtime today. We'll see if he can take another. It's going to be on Old Republic. Get this started up. Showtime needs to win this to keep them out of elimination range going into the 2v2, of course. I mean, if you win this as Showtime, even if the 2v2 goes wrong, I can still see you taking it to an ace match at the end of the day. And I think in an ace match, there's a very good chance that you see some success still as well as the as the Musketeers. So We shall see. Everyone hopping over to Europe, guys. You got the lobby link down. Just focus on getting us all into the lobby and in the right places. We have to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 casters. We're just missing 2 players. Drop them an invite each. And we're gonna be good to go. Group A. Excuse me, Group A greater than Group B. At this rate, apparently so, yeah. At this rate, apparently so. Alright, everyone's here. There's a nice quick hop over to Europe, and we're going to get ready to go into the next one as the cannon rush is good. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, Skillus and Showtime. Are we going to be able to take Liquid to match point Skillus, or is Showtime going to start recovering things for the Musketeers? Play this one here on Europe, then we go back to NA for the next 3 games, and potentially for the rest of this series, actually. As that's best of 9. Storms on forward, map 5 about to begin. Counting down to Old Republic, guys. We'll be there in a second. Ready to go in just a moment. Alright, in the top right-hand side, we're going to have our player who is going to be on the team, who are trailing, unfortunately, right now from the Musketeers. We have our red Protoss player, Showtime, taking on the blue Protoss in the bottom left corner of the map. We're going to have Skillus for game number 5 of this matchup. He already took 1 map off Showtime earlier when they first met in this series. Again, the way that the games have lined up, it's been basically a set of best of 2s. So everyone that plays each other in a 1v1 is going to play a second game, and that is just random the way that that has played out. That's not by design. So Skillus plays Showtime for the second time here. Can he get it done? 3-gate robo, not proxy, just at home, and then just pushing and just had a bit too much power. Showtime caught expanding and not quite ready to deal with that big aggressive push in that opening game that they played. Just a great opportunity here for Skillus to take this to a match point opportunity if he can just find a map win against Showtime once again in this PvP. As the observer, I want to steal the camera off. Never in the list. There it is. Control 1. Control and 1 doesn't even work, man. Just doesn't work. All right. 40 complaints aside, and get back to it. Just gonna be dropping a cybercore into place. The gateway coming up. The probe coming through. Get settled here for a few moments. Going back across again, gates in the cybercore's coming online. That Bion's coming into place, the probe's coming up. Just getting set and ready to rumble over the next few moments. Get this into place, cybercore coming through still, the probe's still on the way, centering the warp gate coming about, a couple of adepts in the warp gate coming online as well, so we continue to put that into place right now. I think the groups are balanced well. Just TTM and VO, SCT really punched up against onside. Well, villains were actually a higher seed than onside. Villains were the number 1 seed of Group B. Onside were the number 2 seed. Musketeers were the 3 seed. Shopify were the 4 seed. I think actually there was Shopify punching up them more. Obviously messed them out a little bit. Yeah, sorry, it is 3-1. Yeah, it was Shopify kind of taking onside down early. That definitely set onside on a bit of a treacherous path. And also, it was very small margins, right? Like, there was not much going on. Alright, you're going to see this Oracle on the way through, so we get that set up for a couple of moments here, get that underway. Kind of fun, because this time we're going to have both of them have an expanded, so very different vibe to that first game where Skillus obviously got very aggressive very quickly. Adept gets core stalks and the sentries gather through. Oracle activates up. We're going to see a couple of those probes going down. So 4 workers dropping already. It's got that blink. The couple probes continuing by for a couple of moments. And blink coming through. Get the rest of this coming up for a couple seconds. We've seen the probes coming back around again, the blink coming over, the couple probes coming through, the gateway coming online, panel on getting built. Just get ourselves set up, Stalker coming about. Let's have that blink still chrono boosting on the Twilight Council for the next few moments. Get that all brought through. For now, Forge coming about, probes the blink on the way in. Stalker just gonna ping at the Oracle there for a couple of moments. Hallucination gets pushed back once more. Just getting chased out of here. Looking very reasonable. And we've seen the hallucination moving back over. Then we've seen the Stalker and the Forge still coming about. Just going to bring that back again. Robo Facility Nexus on the way through. A couple probes in the +1 attack upgrade coming about also. We just go to a third base, so very passive 3-base setup at the moment here for this PvP. Nothing really too wild about this just yet. As we continue to get this all settled into place. I see a little bit of feistiness from Showtime, but one blink each, so we're not really going to see what's going to be going down. Charge on the way, gates coming through, +1 attack coming about. A couple of depths building from Skillus. All those gates coming in. We just have ourselves the Stalkers. Get to the front. Remember, Showtime, well fortunate there, because if Skillus had enough to one-shot, he would have just one-shot the first Stalker, and then the second Stalker would have died a lot faster too. Instead, he just gets the one. A little bit of fortune for Showtime. That could have gone worse for him. He is trailing on workers. He is trailing on army supply. He's also been trailing on the upgrade, although that's stopped now. No +2 starting from Skills to take an advantage as a couple of depths get across. These Stalkers come back in. Showtime being very active with his units. And Skillus, do we have a way to clean these Stalkers up? We get one of them. I was just wondering if he had a blink to maybe get 2 and that recall, but it was just the 1. Stalker still stepping over. Again, the +2 attack. Charge. Prism. All building up. A couple of extra gateways continue to come by. The Stalkers will fight once again to continue to trade here. Going to see the Stalkers and the sentries coming over, and we will continue to push up. A couple of the Stalkers getting jumped on initially. We continue to chase up top. Both those Stalkers going down. A bit more damage being done. Next is still coming in balance. +2 attack upgrade coming up. A couple of Zealots trying to chase forward as well. We're going to get rid of one here. The Stasis also gets picked away at. And +2 attack coming about. The charge is on the way up. Just going to have the Nexus finishing from Showtime in a moment. That 4th base. Skill's in position to maybe deny this. Let's see if he can commit to it. Because obviously Showtime's going to be here to step up and say, no, like you do not just get to deny my 4th base so easily. He has a couple of Zealots, but they were kind of stuck in the back initially. Now they start to leak through. You're going to see the Zealots actually able to start taking some of the damage output. Of course, got to play carefully here, because if your Prism gets shot down, Skillus, you're in a lot more trouble. But for now, he gets the warping off, and he's going to continue to push on forward, and Skillus is going to come chasing through and pushing Showtime away. Showtime not holding all well at all in this PvP, and this army supply gap is lengthening heavily at the moment. This is becoming a big deal. Just going to be seeing the Stalker still pushing up. One Stasis catching. for a few moments as well. And we'll just be having the Stalkers continue to trade. A couple of Zealots going to fight forward. Just going to be seeing the trades continue to fight. An extra few Zealots coming into play. The +2 attack upgrade coming up as well. Skillus at 123, 120-ish supply. Showtime at about 90 or so. We are just going to be seeing Showtime just doesn't have the numbers. Also right now, Skillus got the +2 advantage for a little while as well. GG called. Liquid moved to a 4-1 lead in the best of 9. We're obviously going into another 2v2 right now, but it is Liquid who are on game and match points. Because, yeah, that's going to be kind of brutal. So Rust Bucket coming up, and then Classic Mana, Heromarine Cure. You got to win out from here as the Musketeers. You got to win 4 in a row to win the series. It's never easy. Let's see if they can maybe do it as we head back to the NA server. Make sure everybody knows. We hop on over to the NA server and get ready for Rust Bucket, Classic and Heromarine against Cure and Mana. With an elimination on the line for the Musketeers if they can't pull this back. Alrighty, close this up. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Everyone's here. Perfect. We can ready. All right. The Musketeers on the verge of elimination. They must win the 2v2. They must win Classic against Mana, and they must win Heromarine vs. Cure to force an ace match. Liquid on the precipice of a top 4 finish in this season of the Team League. They are so close. So close. Just checking the teams are ready, give them a moment if they want to voice up or not, etc. Maybe discuss a little bit of strategy. And we'll be ready to go into this 2v2 game very shortly here. Get this ready to go. Ready, ready, ready. Go goes. And we are good to go. Go into Rust Bucket, my friends, to see whether Liquid will advance to the top 4. Or whether Musketeers will mount a little bit of a comeback. Finding out in just a few moments' time. Liquid 3rd place in their group. Gonna be having the chance to, like I say, show up a little bit here. Let's see what happens as we go over to Rust Bucket. In the bottom right-hand side, this is going to be the team who have got to win. Because if they don't, they are out. In the bottom right, it is going to be Classic and Heromarine. Heromarine spawn with the in-base expand is not ideal. You'd rather have the Protoss player spawn with the in-base, because the in-base expand obviously is a little bit easier to defend, and the Terran can obviously take their expansion later by floating the CC over, for example, right? So, yeah. In the top left is going to be with a little bit of a better setup, Cure and Mana, because like I say, the in-base for the Protoss feels just in general a little bit nicer. Get ready to rumble. So, off we go. Let's find a camera. See if Cure and Mana can close it out. Man, 5-1 would be a ridiculous scoreline. Like a really ridiculous scoreline. Probably coming about here just for a little bit. Gate and a couple of assimilators coming through just to begin with as well. So we get that started off and bring this into play for a few moments. So that's going to finish when we get that sorted. Next is builds from Mana. There's going to be seeing the Reaper coming up on both sides from the Terrans, the Gate and the Cybercore still building through. And we have a probe coming up as well. So we're gonna nibble at our probe for a few moments. Get that going. And yeah, probe just coming around for a couple moments as well. Going to be having a couple of depths in the Stargate continue to come through for a couple of moments to get it set. Just going to be seeing the Reaper fighting the SCV. Take some damage as well. Going to see the couple of Reapers continue to gather about. Just going to be seeing the next Stargate coming around at depths in the Warp Gate building as well. Keep that going initially. But we're just going to shoot. The Adept's taking some damage. A couple of Reapers gathering up. Going to have the little cancellation on the gateway there. We have the Stalkers continuing to go after the Reapers. Stalkers building, the Warp Gate coming through. The Reaper's going to get in after the Marine, and now has to be careful. Just pull back here and getting out of that too much issue. A little bit of a TVT warfare. Meanwhile, there's PvP warfare as the Adepts of Classic try and get through to deal some damage over here as well. So I know it's defending, but there's going to be Q's base that becomes an issue, and Mana actually has to pull back to go deal with other harassment elsewhere as well. So Heromarine and Classic putting some damage down early, bringing the fire, and making it very difficult for Liquid to stabilize it all in these early stages at the moment. And still coming up, Cyclone the Marines continue through, the Oracle wanting to fly in there. Not going to be able to do too much just yet. And we do have our Twilight Council building in from Classic. Supplies a little bit hurting for Cure, otherwise we're fine. How much do we lose? $13 SCVs for Cure. Jeez, that's a lot. He does kill the Oracle at least, so that's going to be the end of that harass. Where are we at in terms of workers? He is down by about 9 workers or so. Mana's up a few probes, but yeah, you compare the players, the races to each other, 11 worker deficit for Cure. He's going to fall behind in this game. They've done a good job of hurting him heavily. Stalker's going to shoot, Stimpack in the combat shield coming up, Rover still in the pylon, still building as well. We're seeing the engineering bays, the racks, the SCVs, the tank and the Marines coming through as well. Dark Shrine still building, Stalker and the Blink coming up as well. Just going to have the Dark Shrine again about halfway done. The couple batteries still coming up, pylons on the way. Continue to get that going for the moment. The unit's set up too. Gonna see those Stalkers continue to gather back up together. We've seen the tanks gathering up. A few Stalkers going to be actually jumping into this. So Kieran managed to turn this into aggression, and they break through a lot of the defense early. That bunker's not being repaired by anything. However, we've now pull up a little bit and back it off. Oh, the Prism's going to go down. Nice blink forward from Classic. It's going to delay a lot of the other units that can arrive into this and help out right here. As the Stalkers and the Sentry continue to come back around. It's going to see a few more units coming back over. And you're going to see Stimpack Combat Shield and that +1. All building up from here and getting close to some big upgrades in this game. Q already had those upgrades. Supplies are very close together across the board. We're getting very close. I mean, I like this as well, just finding a corner where you can harass Classic's edge a little and just make this a little bit difficult for him. A tank showing up from here as well. How much are we going to commit to the defense on that? A DT is going to be going across the map to Dark Temple to be dealt with. Classic is going to lose, like I say, a gateway, cybercore. DTs can cause issues though, and there's not much defense at all, I imagine, from Hero and Mana. who are focusing a lot on the offense still at this point. CV is still coming about, just going to be seeing the Stalkers coming through. Tank is going to try and push up a little bit. We're going to recall home to try and deal with the Dark Templar. Just going to see the 1-1 upgrades and that combat shield still coming by. The Stalker's going to jump back through, just going to grab a siege tank. And again, the Nexus and a couple of additional pylons coming around as well. Continue to get that on the go. It's going to be seeing a couple of depots continue to come back into place. Let's just get set up. The DT is going to try and move in once again. We've just finished up the missile turrets. The DT's run into detection and observed there as well. Bang, bang, and they're both going to go down. Wow, Classic Supply is hurting here. He's been the target of a lot of these attacks. Now, Heromarine Supply is booming, however, so Heromarine might just be able to hard carry in this game still. You look at the combined supplies, it's about 190-ish from Heromarine and Classic to about 170, 180-ish more so for Mana and Cure. So it's definitely a little bit in the favor of Classic and Heromarine still. Just depends how much each can bring to this overall. And still gathering up, a little bit of pinging being done, and still gathering about. Just going to see the Stalker's going to find the sensor tower here. And just going to be having the 2-2 upgrades. The Marines, the tank, the barracks will continue to come on through, just taking a couple of moments. We're seeing the tanks in position. If this is only Heromarine, maybe we could have dove on it, but Classic's going to come around to support this now as well, so this is going to be a tricksy position to handle. You get entrenched with those siege tanks, and there's just not a lot to deal with Heromarine supply. Heromarine is booming in economy. And he's just got so much, 72 workers, and he's just been kind of untouched and, you know, against all the harassment. Marines just try and drop up to the high ground, trying to continue to chip away. Problem is, the setup is good, but attacking in can still be difficult. However, Heromarine supply really is just booming forwards. And Classic is catching up in supply as well, so it still feels like the Musketeers are very much so in this. All that damage that Liquid did, apparently not enough. Like I say, mostly they just did a lot of damage to Classic, but now he's recovering, and Heromarine has gone untouched. A big factor. And we've seen the G2 and the upgrades continuing by. The few extra Marines will continue to come about. A couple of these Zealots are going to step through as well. We are going to be seeing the army going to try and press forward here. Big stim from those Marines. Tanks also trying to come across right now as the Marine just pushes into this. Mana jumps in, going to try and target down a bunch of these siege tanks. Classic is going to join the fight, but very late. This is actually a pretty good fight for Mana and Cure because they essentially fight only Heromarine, and then Classic's part of the engagement really, like I say, shows up pretty late on. Now we have this fight continuing through. Obviously gets a little messy with storms trying to come down, then units running through the storms on both sides. Mana and Q are definitely hurting supply-wise, but like I say, this was a better opportunity than what we maybe saw otherwise. It's going to still move up. A few Marines getting pushed back. Stalkers coming through. The High Templars are going to... I mean, we're going to start walking into our own storms here, so Kira and Mana just retreating away. The Marines doing very well on the top side of this, by the way, just staying out of storm reach, and the tanks getting rid of a bunch of High Templar. Honestly, not bad. We have to split away now. Mana kind of handling the Terran portion of this army too. We push back in. Can we overwhelm the siege tank? If we get rid of the siege tank, that would be huge, but we cannot. A couple of Archons going to be tough to deal with as well. Mana and Q just don't quite have enough. They've made a pretty valiant effort. Yeah. Made a pretty valiant effort, but just not enough in the end. Classic and Heromarine are going to keep the Musketeers alive. Marine stim up, just going to be continuing after all of those Stalkers. GG's get called. Classic and Heromarine keep the Musketeers alive. 2v2s, the saving grace of the Musketeers so far in this series. Can they mount a comeback? I really think the 2v2 is one of the scarier things to get through here, and they do it. Now they're going to get Classic Mana with Classic having server preference. Probably makes a bit of a difference as well. And Mana's already shown his hand in being a cheeky little cannon rusher, so maybe Classic has a little bit more of an edge here this time around as we head into a second matchup between them, as this series does indeed continue on. Alright, so we'll get into Classic and Mana here in just a second. Let's take a second for everyone to get set up. Cool. All right. Players are just ready, man. Just the speed run into this lobby. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks good. Let's head into Tourmaline. Let's do it. All right. Mana and Classic, the second meeting. Can the Musketeers finally win a 1v1 game today? Because they're going to have to do that. They're going to have to win 2 finally, if they want to advance through. So first Classic and Mana, then they'd have to get Heromarine to beat Cure, then we would have an ace match. Series delivering a little bit. Let's get into it right now, as we have in the bottom left-hand side. Still has the series in his hands. Can he win it with another PvP play? Mana in the bottom left will take on Classic in the upper right, who must win to keep this series going. Well, gateway building, so we already get a bit of a sign of what this is going to look like in the early stages. Gateways coming through, simulators coming up, and get settled down here. Get going initially. Like I say, this has been the matchup of mirrors. All PvPs or TVTs. And even the TVTs have been mirrored. TP versus TP. We'll have a lot more non-mirror matchups in the next matchup. The Shopify Rebellion taking on the villains of SC2. Again, that comes up when this series finishes. And we'll also have the winners of these 2 lower bracket matchups up against each other again at the end of the day. He's going to see the Cybercore, second gate, all coming through. Take a few moments here. This all settled and underway. Probe going to get chased a little bit further. Cybercore on the gate continues to come about. Yeah, just the probe coming up on either side for now. So, again, we get a lot of this setting up, seeing where we're going. Probe chasing the other probe around a little bit too. Pushing back and about for the moment. Probe steps up into the main, and a couple of adepts will continue over. And you also have some Stalker producing on the gateways as well, so all that coming online for the moment. As you can see, the Stalkers will fight. The probe still gathering together. Resonating Glaives will start. Just gonna see a couple of adepts coming through. Yeah, what's up, Hydrator? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate it. So if you guys are enjoying the streams, do consider supporting. Just, hit that Prime button, subscribe in general. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys for the support. Thanks so much. Alright, Nexus is going to be coming up. I'm just going to be seeing the Resonating Glaives, like I say, from Mana. It's going to be kind of interesting, though. So, this is only 2 gates, but early Glaives. And you got to really believe in your ability to get something done with this, right? Because otherwise, you're just going to be later on the Nexus. and with a tech structure or tech investment that does not typically lead you well into the later stage of the game most of the time. So, yeah, question mark as to how Mana sees this going, perhaps. Like I say, I'm very intrigued. I mean, if the Adepts get in for a short amount of time, it could be very deadly, right? Because they're going to have glaives, they're going to be much more powerful than usual. They're going to be seen, so you know about them already. We do have a pylon on the high ground, so the Adepts probably just don't shade. But if you're not shading, you're not doing the damage that you need to be doing because of this investment into glaives. So, not exactly ideal. Obviously, we're going to keep building Adepts. We've not revealed glaives yet. We will reveal it now. The orange tint of the glaive attack is going to be seen there. So, Classic should now know. Battery up, more Stalkers warping in. Like, if you're Classic right here, you just play defensively, right? You have no reason to go across the map. Just hold back, play defensively, and it's going to be so difficult for Mana to do anything with this investment that you should just be coming out of this pretty happy, generally, at this point. Like, I don't see this going any really other way. Going to see a couple of Adepts coming through. Just going to be seeing the Adepts going to shade again, trying to get Odin over there for a moment. He's going to see that blink still coming up and online. A couple probes are going to get jumped at. Just going to be seeing the Adepts still getting grabbed. 4 probes going down on each side. Stalker's going to keep fighting. A few probes gathering up. There's gathering about for the moment as well. Just going to be seeing the blink and the robo facility coming through. A couple of probes coming around. Stalkers will gather there as well. And that hallucination still moving about here, bringing that through. Well, Adepts get in, just going to start getting after some of those probes. Just going to be seeing the Adepts will fight. It's funny that it's actually Classic who seems to be doing more with the Adepts initially. This is the big question mark now. How do you defend? I mean, Manus finally starts to get in and maybe doing some damage, but then how do you defend the push from Classic? Force fields and batteries, apparently, he actually gets a pretty good cut. He needs to try and stop that Immortal from firing if possible. Recalls a few Adepts back. Pretty good cut in half, honestly. Like, he actually really dealt with the top portion of his army very effectively in Classic. Gets a force field back in return. Blink is so close to being done here. These Immortals are still powerful, though. 2 of them just set up at the moment is going to be really difficult to deal with. I'm just going to step forward. I mean, the Prism. Do we just have to target the Prism? Probably, because if you don't kill the Prism, the Immortals just keep microing. And yeah, I think because of that, you have to try and target it down. It just doesn't happen here. We are going to see Mana moving back over to the natural expansion. He is down a bit of army supply. He's down a few workers. His entire investment into glaives early just didn't do enough. And he got punished before he got up to blink or so as well. Just going to see the Stalker still fighting. A couple extra probes coming over. It's going to have ourselves the army continue to fight. And that is going to be Classic taking it. So we're going to keep the Musketeers going. GG's. Alright, so we get a third map win for the Musketeers, and we go to the final map that's predetermined, which is Mothership, which will be for Cure against Heromarine. So we get into Mothership in just a second. We'll get this going straight away, guys. It's going to be Cure's server preference. So it will be West. Get this going. Why is everything mirrors today? It's just the way it worked out. It's just the order the players got set in. It's not... I mean, what typically happens is they put the Terrans on the Terran maps and the Protoss on the Protoss maps, and so both teams do that and they end up with mirrors. So, it can happen. But that is why it is. It's not purposefully done. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, that's Heromarine. Put him back up there. Who are we missing? Which caster is not in here? Crank. In fact, I'm missing 2 casters. How? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Apparently I'm missing 2 casters. So apparently I can't count to 9. Oof. Ready and go, go. Cold. Players are ready. Let's go straight into game 8 and see if we potentially get to an ace match in this first series of the day. The Musketeers were down and in trouble, but they held on through the 2v2s. Even though they lost all the initial 1v1s, they won the 2v2s. Now they're getting some 1v1 wins, one more 1v1 map win. And they are going to force an ace match here to see which team goes on and which gets eliminated. Mothership going to be our map for Heromarine and Cure, and again, it is a must-win game for the Red Terran, who is in the top left-hand side, to keep his team alive and push them to an ace match. This is Heromarine. Taking on the blue Terran in the top right corner from Team Liquid, we have Cure. Let's see, V to the side, gonna go for second barracks. I kind of like it from Cure. I think he probably feels better when it comes to a longer game of TVT, and a build like this sets you up to kind of more likely get there, right? Where you're not gonna expose yourself to like an early proxy racks or double racks or anything like that, so you're not gonna expose yourself to anything along those lines. So you're not gonna expose yourself, and you're able to put on a little bit of pressure, but you're not overly committed. You're not also destined to have to deal damage, otherwise you're screwed. So I think a very responsible choice from QA, playing it fairly safe in a game that is kind of already like an ace for him, right? Like, you know, you win this and you don't have to go to an ace, right? Just win this right now and we're good. And he actually has the second chance probably. If they're not going to use Clem, he could go QA probably against Classic in the next round. QA's TVP's being good, but that's definitely a scary matchup. One of the reasons I like this lineup for Liquid is because Q actually avoided the Protoss. Because I actually think, while he's very good in TVP, I actually think that's scary for him still. I think that's the biggest chance for Q to lose games. That's why I really like the lineup for Liquid when it came out. I think they won the kind of the lineup setting aspect of this team match. So yeah, I think an ace match is quite scary for Liquid, because I don't think Liquid can justify sending out not Cure, right? I think they have to send out Cure as an ace, presuming Clem's not playing. So if they've got to send out Cure, then it's very predictable, and then you can just pick who you think is their best shot against Cure, given the server, given the map, etc., etc. Musketeers will have server advantage for the ace match as well, if they get there. So a lot of pressure on this game. Cure's going to go to 5 Reapers, which is maybe a bit more than I expected. I thought he might just go to 3 and kind of go from there, but he's going to get 5. He's going to be moving up here, but there's going to be 2 Marines and the Reaper in position. Obviously, the issue there just being the fact that... yeah, the issue here being the fact that obviously he has to jump up, so he takes a bunch of damage initially on Reaper 1, and now he just basically trade 2 Reapers for 2 Marines, so that's 100 gas down the drain, and a lot of your earlier pressure no longer really as applicable. I don't really love that at all. That was a bit too aggressive. They can justify sending out not sending out a Terran vs Classic. That's a good argument. Maybe you do just send out a Protoss for the PvP. If you expect Classic that much, maybe you do just send out like a Protoss. Yeah, maybe there is actually a play on that. The CV's going down. A few of those workers falling already. The Reapers jump back down to the low ground. Starport coming up. The Cyclones will build. The Marines are still coming through. I don't know if that Cyclone's still cranking out on the factory here for the next few moments. I'm just going to be seeing the Hellion trying to get back up to the high ground. Reaper, Hellion, and Marine all going to fight and push away at that for a few moments, and just going to have the couple of Reapers still trying to step across. Couple shots coming through. Reapers going to keep trading. SCVs are falling. In the end here, Q again a little bit more damage. Do we get away without losing anything else? He made a really abnormal amount of Reapers in the end. He loses one more, because he's now lost 4 Reapers, and he still has 3, so he made 7 Reapers. It's a massive early game investment. Obviously, in the end, he got a bit more damage out of this. He got a few SCVs. He got a Hellion in return as well. He's going to get another couple SCVs. Probably just commits here, right? The only factor that's kind of down bad with this is you just killed a bunch of SCVs, but you're giving up a lot more of your units. And maybe that leaves you a little bit more exposed in the game now if Heromarine goes to the other side. He was flying or walking a Cyclone across to the side. But yeah, I think bring it back, play defensive. You did a lot of work and damage here. You've probably done enough to equalize the economies. 33 to 30 work is in Q's favor, but he's been without the mule because the orbital is just now finishing. So I think overall he's probably done enough to be okay here at this point. Can go from there. Cyclone comes across. You lose 1 SCV, so that Reaper at least getting a little bit of something done. Seeing a lot of the rest that's coming around. Cyclone going to lock on for a Marine. Q have been quite aggressive here. Doesn't have to lose anything, right? Like, you don't have to go so far forward, but you can still keep the pressure up, especially with the Cyclones. If you can just threaten a lock on, you don't have to necessarily do too much there. He's going to take a couple of shots. Going to say you're not going to really turn that into a better trade yourself either. Medevac was too far back. Tank is going to relocate itself to maybe help out from that high ground defensive position. Here has a tank of his own arriving. Is he going to try and siege the front? That feels extremely dangerous when your opponent has Ravens. What I like about this right now from Kira is that you're basically sat here playing the what I like right now from Kira is that you're basically sat here playing the kind of aggressor, but you're not, committed to anything because you're able to back away at a moment's notice. I think this is fine, but you still got to be super careful because you're still committing your tank into this position, and he still has 3 Ravens, right? So it doesn't take a lot for these Ravens to just drop a Matrix and bam, you get overwhelmed very, very quickly. That said, Kira is still a 2-base Terran player here. So what is the play? Because he's going to start a 3rd CC now, so he's going to be significantly behind on economy. He's got to do something. Now, he is going to be much faster on Stim, the benefit of those extra barracks, but like, there's no way you can fight into this. Maybe with combat shield, but like, if those tanks are siege, there's just no way you can justify it. Now, by standing at the front, he is going to stop Heromarine from taking the 3rd, so the faster 3rd base is going to allow Heromarine to build some SCVs, but it may not allow him to actually mine much more, because like I say, you may not be able to get in position initially. Big drop into this base from Cure, drops on top of the Cyclones coming through. There is one tank that was already in position over here. We do get double Matrix. The Ravens come over. Big commitment from Q. He's going to get at least a lot of SCVs. Auto turret's coming down. We'll kill the auto turret on the right side. It's going to free us out of here. The Cyclone goes down as well. Well, that was a play from Q. 8 SCVs go down. He forces a lot of the Raven energy to be used, which is a big deal as well. Finishing his own 3rd on location during this, and he's actually going to threaten to drop back into the main, looking to make the same play again. Seeing the missile turret trying to set up. What I don't like this time is obviously those medevacs already hurting, so this feels very, very risky. There's going to be 2 different siege tanks already set up. We're going to be able to get rid of one quickly. We'll get rid of a lot of SCVs here. That's going to be a big factor. The question is going to be kind of defensively as Q, do you manage to get back home and defend with this worker lead? I actually think he probably is going to be somewhat alright. He'll lose a bit more supply still. Both those medevacs go down, so Heromarine takes a supply lead. But if Q just has to sit back home defensively, it's possible. However, the 3 Ravens are still an issue. Like, the fact that Q has not done anything to shut down the Raven count is a big problem. That Cyclone narrowly got one of them. And, okay, admittedly, like, right now the Ravens don't have energy, but over time they're going to regain that energy. You know, so over time here we're going to get a bit of that energy back, and that'll be a problem as well. We're in an uncertain situation we're in. We're going to see 2 more drops coming in. Again, can we get after the Ravens at all? The SCV's body blocking the Marines, trying to keep them in reach of the auto turrets. I think this is Kia being too aggressive, maybe. Going to get a couple good tank shots off. No combat shields on those Marines, make them a little bit more vulnerable. But yeah, I think this was too much. I don't think he had to go for another drop. I think he did enough, and if he just falls back and plays defense, he's fine. But I think Gabe is doing this now. He's taken the army supply lead. He's putting himself in a much better position. I just don't think Kyo had to go again. I think he'd already done enough. I think he'd already put himself in a good enough place. And he's still up 15 workers. And maybe he felt like he needed that drop to buy time, but I think I just would have rather seen that, especially because it was like 2 tanks. If you want to buy time, drop 16 Marines. The tanks are so necessary for your defense. Now, we have 2 tanks defensively against 6 tanks coming across the map, and there's the 3 Ravens. The Ravens are such a massive advantage all game long. It's such a problem, Kyo. What are we doing? The medevacs just boost forward. We are going to scan to get a Raven. Matrix coming down already. There's no defense here from Kyo. The next tank is going to be in trouble. He's got no defense set up at all. Heromarine's going to get so much damage done. Behind on workers does not matter when you have this much army advantage. Kyo just went for way too much at too many points. These Marines counterattacking are nowhere near good enough because the reality is, well, let's see what they can do. Okay, I'll hold my reservations for a moment. No, they're not good enough. Because you're running into reinforcements. And they're just Marines on their own. There's no medevacs or support or anything. Heromarine is going to take this game, and we are going to go for the reverse sweeping action to get to an ace match here. It is going to go all the way to an ace game. And now I do not like it for Liquid at all. Man, this series went every way it needed to for Liquid outside of the 2v2s. But it went so well that it didn't even matter that the 2v2s didn't go their way. But yeah, I really felt like Hugh. Actually, I still really liked how this opened for him. I just don't think he needed to keep doing more. Like, it's almost like he was so afraid of just stopping and just being like, hey, I've got enough to defend with. Obviously, the Ravens are a problem all time. All right, we will let them know that you can DM me the ace players. And we'll see who the ace players are going to be between Liquid and the Musketeers. Gabe never attacked till the end. Well, yeah, because he was playing his opponent 2-racks Reapered, right? So obviously you sit back on that and you just play passive and you don't do anything initially. You know? I just think Kyo needed to figure out when to stop attacking sooner. And I really think a lot of this was fine, but the double drop that did nothing, I think that was the step too far. Last drop was bad, yeah. Because that was basically minus 16 supply, but most importantly, it was minus 2 tanks. But even then, I mean, maybe at that point, you're right to just try and, I'm in trouble, let's try and do whatever we can. So maybe, maybe you are kind of like just feeling like that's the, the vibe at that point. But like, even then, like, he sent a bunch of Marines to counterattack, and it's like, at that point, he's desperate, but I actually think if he just pulls back and plays defense, he's fine, because he can play defense. One of the ace players is picked. We are waiting for the second to be chosen. All right, ace players are set. We're going to Korea, guys, so they are not going to go for the PvP. We're going to get Kyo versus Classic for the ace here between Liquid and the Musketeers. Hummy255, how are you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the 39-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Ace map is going to be on White Rabbit. Get this hosted up and get this ready to go, guys. I just need to copy-paste something in quickly as well. Alright. So I guess just sorting something out for tomorrow. Cool. Yo, what's up? T-Rock, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. How you doing? Appreciate you. 5 gifted subs going out to McCormack Sean, Taco Bowl 8, Whelp Smash, H Kono, and Attila Bubby. Thank you so much for the generosity of 5 gifted subs. Appreciate it. We are fighting back towards 600. We've got a lot of StarCraft coming this month. I really hope we can get to 700 subs again this month, because we're going to cast a lot this month from here on out. And obviously, because we didn't cast as much the last month, we obviously maybe have a little bit of time here where we don't drop as many subs. So hope we can get back to 700. If you want to help us with that, consider subbing up, Prime sub, and all the rest. Of course, if you're on the YouTube, like and subscribe as well, helps out massively. It's ace match time here between Liquid and the Musketeers. Kieran Classic are loading into game on White Rabbit. One map to send them through to the top 4 of the WardiTV Team League. It comes down to this. Cure Classic best of 1. One team will advance, one will fall. The Musketeers have won 3 maps in a row. And it now comes down to a TVP. And I do feel like this likely comes down to the first 10 minutes. If a 10 minutes Classic gets through with no damage taken and in a comfortable position, I really do think it's going to probably be Classic to keep advancing, to just win the game. Later it goes. But I do also think that Kira has a lot of potential in the earlier stages to maybe make things happen as well. Harston with the 124-month resub. Thank you, Void Quicksilver, on the 18-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much. We have 15 seconds to start a hype train, guys. No pressure. The hype train is incoming, apparently. 9, 8, 7. The real hype train is in this game, though, because I actually really do think Kira can take down Classic. I think his TVP, I think I said this the other day when I was casting him, his TVP really stepped forward a lot lately. But it's freaking Classic. Classic is so hecking good. That has got to be a, yeah, that's got to be something we got to kind of look at here a little bit and, figure out as we get this all underway and setting up for the moment and see what we can do. And look at their history. Classic 2-1 against Kira in the most recent WardiTV, or one of the most recent WardiTV Mondays. Classic 1-0, 1-0 against Kira in a couple of the GSL CK Team League events. Kira beat Classic in RSL this past season. All of that happened in the month of March. So it is quite a back and forth kind of showing between these two. This is not a matchup where Classic has been dominant despite his dominance in PvT in general. This is one that Kira can win it. So we'll see what happens with White Rabbits. As we have our probe moving out onto the map. Get all the way to the ace game. All the way to the ace game, we finally get a non-mirror match. Like I say, even the TV2s are being mirrored. Although a little bit less so because it's Terran Pros versus Terran Pros. It's still kind of mirrored, though. And we look to see which team advances. After this, the Shopify Rebellion take to the stage up against the Villains of SC2. For our second best of 9 of the day. The winner of this game and the winner of that series play each other in the third best of 9 of the day. Today we go down to 3 teams remaining. So, go down to 3 teams remaining. By the end of all this, as the Reaper is going to poke through a few probes, taking some damage. Still going to be there to hit the Reaper in return. The Hellion and the Reaper going back the other way. Take a couple moments. Stalker, Walkgate coming up for a few moments there. We get that on the go. Take a couple of seconds. Again, the Reaper and the Hellion coming through. The couple of Reapers and the Hellion in the center there. Going to try and set up, make their way across for a little bit. Stalkers will just gather and just see what else is going on. Thanks to this event, Wardy, you keep SC2 alive. Thanks for the kind words, but make sure you say thank you to Crate Entertainment because they are the entire reason this tournament happens. They sponsored the entire prize pool. So if you want to show some love to them, !Crate. They make awesome games. They love a bit of SC2, and they support it. Want to keep some RTS competition up and online, so shout out to them for, like I say, sponsoring the entire season. once again create. Kua, dangerous position here for Classic because he's going to get in. That battery is working overtime so far. We're going to get 3 workers. We go up into the main. Is there a battery in the main? Yes, there is. Good grenade on the Stalkers. Oh, I kind of like the Hellion trying to go back down and just trying to make an escape of this, but the Stalkers body block. Hellion turns back into the main eventually. Not much more to be done. 4 probes is not bad when you consider that both the Hellions die, but we actually keep the Reapers up, so the Reapers can be a threat in the future. They can still dive back through, so you're not just able to say as Classic, okay, everything died. I can go across the map. Nothing else is coming my way. So this was okay for Kua. You know, this was not like 3 workers and like everything died. So all of his pressure has gone, and Classic's like, oh, it hit to my economy, but I feel completely safe at this stage. A few Reapers step up. Trying to move around a little bit here. Raven and the Marine continue to come into play just for a second. Marine's coming through, siege tank reducing. Just going to have ourselves the Reapers get pushed away. Medevac boosting up top with a couple of Widow Mines inside. We are going to pull the probes back out of here. And just going to see the Reapers actually fighting a Stalker in the front. I'm not sure how this came about, but a little bit of action on that. There's 1 Widow Mine left over. We're going to retarget onto the Stalkers. We're going to get a connection there, and the Stalker goes down. So Classic not having the cleanest of early games so far. He's on his way to charge and not blink, by the way. So if Kua pushes with Marine tank, that's very scary for Kua. That charge is going to be on the way through. But wow, Classic even going to go to fast storm, so he's going to play 2-base storm. Kua definitely doesn't want to get aggressive then. He much more so would like to expand here, but that's the problem. You're then kind of more so forced to expand against someone who wants you to expand and play the later game, so it's a cool build from Classic, which kind of checkmates Kua into a scenario where Classic probably feels more comfortable overall. The only thing with 2-base storm is it can sometimes just be a little bit flimsy, right? It can sometimes still just be a little weak. And if you don't quite hit the first couple of storms correctly, things can fall apart very fast still, so things to possibly watch for as that storm comes online. The Nexus, the Observers, building through as well. Get set up. All the Marines, the Raven, the tanks. You're starting all the bio upgrades. Like I say, you got to be very cautious about moving out here. If you actually want to go across the map, I think it's just a mistake, straight up. That is the power of the charge. That's the power of the storm. Like, you don't have the maneuverability with the, stim or anything to help you get out of storm either. The Prism looks to counterattack at this moment. At the same time, it's very tempting to get toward that 3rd base and to siege it up and do some damage. But like I say, the moment those storms kick in, it's going to be brutal. The Raven's maybe not going to add much either. The Prism's going to show up, so now Kua has to come deal with this. I think this is absolutely the last moment you want to be attacking on. Like I say, that 3rd is so late. It's not like this was a greedy early 3rd base. The first storm is going to be coming down on the other side. The High Templars go down. Unfortunately, the Marines have already taken a brunt of the storm damage. However, with no more storm available, maybe we can actually do some more here. 7 SCVs fall, and Kura is actually going to make a push onto this Nexus. Well, the storms were pretty good, and alas, we are still maybe in some trouble. The Marines, oh my god, they step forward. They go after the High Temple. The Nexus may now live. As the few Marines that are left over, they will not be enough here, so Classic will clean up. Was he right to hit that Templar, or should he have killed off the 3rd Nexus? I think he should have killed the Nexus. Killing the Templar feels good in a lot of ways, but I mean, Classic still has a massive army supply deficit, so maybe you take advantage of this here as Kua. Oh, wow, what a situation. I wonder if we should have just gone for the 3rd, though. I mean, it was very low. Maybe you don't get it, though. Maybe you just don't get it if you right-click it. Maybe it just lives and then you don't get anything, whereas the units are like a guaranteed bit of value you gain. And Classic is obviously still not in an ideal position. He has to rebuild every single High Templar. He's without Blink, so he's losing a lot of maneuverability you typically have on the map at this stage. Orbital Command going to move down to the bottom side there. The couple medevacs are going to move up. They're going to get ready to drop into this main base. In just a few moments. The orbital will float over. The medevac's looking to unload. Gonna warp in initially. This is fine, because, yeah, there's a battery, but we can out DPS the battery for the moment, and a couple of Zealots will go down. The battery gets drained. And like I say, there's not a lot of units really nearby for Classic. Kua, if he moves out to the 3rd base at the same time of this, I think could have some serious success. The High Templars right now in some trouble. We target fire down the one that had a bit more energy to it. The Zealots are still dying. We are not clearing this up at all. This drop is doing serious damage as Kua is taking control of this ace match here. The Stalkers blink underneath to their death as they do get the medevac, sure, but they pay for it with their lives. The bio units will not stop. Finally a storm as the Raven shows up, but guess what else shows up? The rest of that army onto the 3rd base. Classic only with 19 army supply here. The 3rd base that did not fall earlier will go down now. And we are going to see a attempt to bring this Prism into the natural. And guess he was here? Well, it was actually Kua. But the storms are amazing. He gets 9 SCVs. Well, the only thing I'll say is that Kua has not recognized the 4th base in the upper left. If he doesn't realize that, then Classic will still have 3 Nexus. I mean, the army supply is massive for Q. I don't hate him pulling back, regrouping, and going again, but I do think he should be looking to go again. He is getting ghosts out. EMPs are going to be a major aid against the Storm play. We recall a few probes over to that 4th, and Classic will just stay alive in terms of economy with that base being up and running still. As Q has got a 3rd CC that he can move to position, he'll have to start doing that soon, considering that Classic does not have as little economy as Q maybe thinks. Like I say, Q not checking for that 4th base, because that was such a free given as well. That's the main thing. It absolutely would have gone down. Classic did not have a way to defend it. Now we get a bit of time. Like I said, the EMPs will be a huge addition. Q doesn't want to wait too long before he goes, because the longer you wait, the longer you give Classic a chance to get back in this with, like I say, better economy. But that's the misjudgment he may be making, thinking that Classic right now is just a 2-base Protoss. In reality, he's a 3-base, going back to 4-base already. Orbital drops down. I like the depot. I like the bunker. A few units on that left side. Gonna have a few ready to maybe run at the natural. Some ready to drop into the main base, or we just drop into the main base and we pull the rest back. Classic gonna try and buy some time and keep Q busy. EMP comes down on the Prism to try and help us chase it a little bit. Storms available, pulling the SCVs away again. I tell you what, some of these storm drops on the mineral lines have been massive. That's 15 workers that have died to storms now. And that's absolutely huge, because without those workers dying to storms, Q's economy is so much better, right? Like, it's really up there. Double army supply still, but I do think Q needs to be thinking about going, because the longer he sits back right now, he just scanned the right side of the map. He scans the wrong direction. Well, at least he knows there's not a base there, which means there should be a base elsewhere. So that's big info. The Raven shows up to provide detection against that ob, so you know you've been seen. My Templar in the line of sight blocker is going to show up, and they just step in with the EMP, and they go down. So good spot by Q. However, there's army. What, we're going to counter? This is such a lame counterattack. No? Okay, well, it's going to be a surround. Okay, it's not a counterattack, it's a surround. That makes it feel a bit better, but it's still very scary to be running into all of these units when if you have to run into EMPs, it's going to feel so bad. We're going to find this base. It will go down. The auto turret's buying you some time. Q is still a little bit wrapped around here. He's got to figure a way out of this. The High Templar come around the right side. It's just probes on the left, actually, so he's not wrapped around at all. He's actually probably going to be A-okay in the end. Let's just pull back over. Well, that was a major win for Q, because now it's 3 bases each, and that's a major advantage compared to what it was. I like the Prism, saving a few of these High Templar from potential EMPs. We're running a little low on the EMP count, just because we've used a lot of them and kind of trying to bait the shots onto the Templar, not quite getting there. So you got to be a little careful there, perhaps. These odds want to run down this ramp. I'm not sure if they really do. Q's army supply is massive, remember, as this storm comes down. There goes the Prism, so no more protecting your High Templar. Is that it? Do we just have no High Templar on the map? We don't have any storms. Oh my god. Kira steps up, and it looks as though he might just be about to make this happen. We get a few more Warpins coming in. The Zealots start to charge on through. Woodermine's burrowing up, going to hit dead center on these Zealots. One Colossus in the back. We have a few Vikings that can get after it. There's a couple of High Templars showing up. That's the only storms we have, and GG must be called. The Musketeers will be eliminated in the top 6. And Q gets it done for Liquid. It really felt like they had everything they needed in this series, and it was falling away from them. But he gets it done. Q finds the ace match victory. The call to send Q is the right one. And Q gets a big win over Classic to send Liquid into the top 4 of the competition. They will play their lower bracket semi-final after the Villains of SC2 versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to head straight over to Europe to continue into this next best of 9, guys. A full 9-game series to start the day. Another 9-game series coming up. Let's throw some ads on. We're ready to just go straight into it if we can. It's going to be Max Packs and Lambo to start this series off on Winter Madness. Going to be doing a bit of server hopping here from Europe to Korea to NA to Europe to NA. It's going to be a journey. All right, Winter Madness, Max Packs and Lambo to start off this best of 9. Let me move. Just set this up for a second. All right. Cool. We are just going to be getting ready to host, guys. Like I say, it's going to be the next series coming up. We're not going to waste any time. We're going to get ready to send this. Invite everyone through. We'll be good to go very shortly into our second best of 9 a day here in the lower bracket. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7 casters. We are missing some. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8 casters. Who am I missing? I'm missing a French caster. I don't think that matters. Don't think that matters. We'll try and invite them, but otherwise we're ready. Pretty much. We'll give another 30 seconds to check for a caster, but we're going to go. Get into our next best of 9 of the day. Like I say, 3 best of 9s. We obviously got some Koreans playing. We don't want to keep them up late, so we're going to keep moving as best we can. Liquid into the top 4. The Musketeers fall in the top 6. Man, they were such a good team, but just shy of scraping out of what was a disastrous start for them. Saved themselves with the 2v2s, brought it back in those 1v1s in the end, but just couldn't get the ace win. Very close series. Like I say, everything had to line up for Liquid here in the end, and just about scraped it in the ace match. As we are ready to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are good. Perfect. If everyone's ready, we will ready them up and we'll kick this off into play. Ryung just joined us. Was Ryung here before? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe that's his who we were missing. GLHF and ready. Perfect. Let's do it. Lambo and MaxPax to start off this next series. Villains of SC2, the second seeds of the entire league, will come in. They actually the number 1 seeds based on the group performance. They had a better map score than Basilisk by a single point. But they end up in the lower bracket. A loss yesterday to No Ace Jinner. And that included MaxPax losing out to Rogue after he dominated Rogue in the RSL. Can Lambo figure out a way to beat MaxPax here? Lambo's so good when he gets a chance to prepare. They've known about these matchups. When did the rosters get announced for this one? So last night. So he's had like a good 14 hours. So obviously he has to sleep and stuff. But like he's had a good like few hours to probably plan out what he wants to do against MaxPax on this map. We know he's one of the better preparation-based players in the C2. So let's see if Lambo can start off strong for the Shopify Rebellion. He's the red Zerg in the bottom right corner of Winter Madness. While in the top left, the blue Protoss player from Psystorm. In this case, from Villains of SE2, it is MaxPax. Game number 1 of this best of 9. Are these games live? Yep. Completely live. Live. With a capital L-I-V and E. Everything's live today. No replays. All weekend long, everything is live for the playoffs. Alright, second best of 9 of the day as we get this going. I thought this was the first match. I was like, man, it's going pretty quick. We had some faster games. It was looking like it was going to be an early series, and then we get all the way to the ace, and not so quick in the end. So, like I say, lots of SCT for us to get through. As our gateway and our simulator come up, the probe on the way out for a few moments here. We continue to bring that online for a little bit right now. Let me just try and see where we're going to take things for the next few moments. Obviously nothing too wild initially. Nexus starts up from MaxPax. Lambo starts up his pool. He's going to have the gas already mining toward some of his gas income then, so we can get that underway. Who won? Cure took down Classic in the ace match, so Liquid advanced to the top 4, and they'll play for top 3 later today against the winner of this series. So after this series, the winner of this plays against Liquid will be coming up. And just how our Cybercore, Nexus, Probe continue to come through. Hatching the pool coming over. Queen on the way. A couple Lings on the way. For now. Okay, well, Lambo is going to choose an aggressive opening. The Lings are beginning to be made. And that's a lot more Lings than you typically expect. Now, MaxPax does have a scout. This probe is poised just off the corner here, so he's going to see the Lings. He needs to kind of maybe hide the drones. Ooh, probe didn't see the drones, actually, so he doesn't see much here. The other drones pull away. Oh, he saw... Okay, he tries to make it look like the drones are just transferring. Are they just transferring? Okay, he just sends the other drones back anyways. Okay, so Lambo is looking to pull the drones across the map, but now he will not. So this gets a little funky, right? Because I actually... the issue is it didn't make sense for Lambo to transfer drones to the low ground already because he wasn't saturated on the main. Or he wasn't oversaturated on the main, so it doesn't really make sense to do what he was doing. So that's why he thinks MaxPack's going to read it. That probe coming back in to rescout was a major factor. MaxPack's getting some info there. He keeps his units at home. And now Lambo has just committed to a lot of units early that are just not going to provide any real value. They can maybe catch the Adept that's on the map, or maybe they can catch 2 Adepts. But that's pretty much all they can do. And killing an Adept here is really not that big of a deal. There's a second Adept that's already shading back, so probably not worth jumping on. Yeah, Oracle going to pop, and immediately now these Lings are way less effective. So Lambo was looking for a cheeky build, and it just didn't go his way. That, again, rescout with the probe was a major factor. Oracle activating, a couple more Lings taking damage. The Oracle coming through. 2 more Zerglings getting picked away at. Probe is going to get jumped on. Just going to be seeing that getting caught as well. We now have the Oracle still activating. The few Zerglings going down. And just see the Nexus is going to be coming into place in the next few moments as well. So MaxPack's just going to pop that into place on the 3rd. And there's a couple of Lings still getting cleaned out. And a couple of Oracles will just gather together here. And the Nexus joins up for a few moments. Take a couple of moments. Oracles will activate. Just gonna be able to get a drone. The Queen gonna try and fight those off. The Lings on the other side will go for the Adept. But we are losing drones on the other side. Did the Oracle beat that Queen, right? Yeah, the Oracles win out here, so they got another couple drones and the Queen going down. Early game not ideal for Lambo. At least he gets a probe there as well, trying to get a little extra at the moment. So finds a little bit more out of this just for now. And on we go. Now it's going to be having the melee upgrade still coming by. We just have ourselves the, again, Resonating Glaives already coming up from MaxPack's. Forge is on the way as well. Continue to bring that over just for a moment. So I like the Glaives, especially, you know, we see Lambo going for a melee upgrade. The Glaive is going to be a great way to punish someone who wants to build a bunch of Lings. And especially Lambo in this game, who's obviously started off in a bit of a rough place. It's the exact sort of state he wants to be in as well, because he's going to find himself playing these melee upgrade Lings. And he wants to just build them very late because he's trying to recover the economy that he gave up on early as well. Yeah, all these things looking a little rough. Just going to be seeing the Adepts will take a shade out across down to the bottom right-hand side. We just have the melee upgrade coming by. Lots of Lings on the way, but yeah, we see the Adepts. And all we can do really is build Lings and gather the Queens and just hope we can do enough here. Maybe get a good catch. We are down in army supply. The entire investment into that initial Ling flood that never came to be. It's obviously very, very brutal. And now Stasis Ward sets up. I'm just going to see these Adepts still trying to shade through here. They're not going to be able to get up into that high ground. The Adepts are going to continue fighting. 7 drones, 8 drones going down, make it 10. And getting lower. And as we do have ourselves the Queen going down. The rest of the Lings still playing the surrounding game. It's GG. MaxPack's with too much. Lambo will fall in this opening game of the Rebellion against the Villains. So MaxPack gets the opening game, and we go into Persal versus ByuN for some TVT next. So time to lock in, guys, because Korean TVT going to be coming through to see what happens in these next few moments. Get this set up in just a little bit. Cool. Just try and get onto this one. Cool. 10,000 feet, right? Sorry, just getting distracted with the issue. So that quickly. Trying to get some stuff organized for the games that are going to happen tomorrow. Yo, Veiled Fury, thank you so much for the £25 donation. Thank you for your hard work, daily SC2 fund. Yo, thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the donation, right? Thank you so much for the generous donation as well. Thank you very much indeed. Now we got ByuN and Percival joining our lobby. We should be good to go in just a moment, guys. Get this set and ready to roll. Ready. I've got a bunch of casters that I'm missing here, though. Give me a second. We've got to be missing someone. Give me one moment, guys. We're working on it. Papa Mitch, 130-month resub on the tier 2 as well, as always. I appreciate you, man. Good to see you. Hope you're doing great. Thanks so much for the 130. We are 2 months away from it. The problem is I've never had to do the 12 times table past like the 120 mark. 132 is 11 years, right? That's crazy business. All right, I think we're missing a caster. Get them in. And we are good. Perfect, let's send it, guys. Thank you for a bit of patience while I figured out who was missing. 300 plus run 3 subs on the screen. Jeez. It's pretty wild. Yeah, Romanidia on the... I did shout out Romanidia on the 109, Hostum on the 124, right? Did I? I saw you guys resub. I may have got caught up in the games. My brain's apparently a bit absent in multitasking today. It's the problem with getting old. Like, multitasking is just so much tougher than it used to be. I used to be able to do all these things. Alright, game number 2. As the villains of SC2 take a 1-0 lead, it puts a bit of pressure on the Rebellion here to bring a map back, and especially in a very winnable series like this one, a very winnable game like this one. In the top left, Percival is very good. You got to imagine that ByuN looks at this as a match he can win and give his team that advantage to get back in this series, tie it up 1-1, and give the Rebellion the chance to take a lead with a 2v2 game coming up after this as well. You recommend against getting old? Well, the only upside of getting old is that we get to see all the people with awesome resub numbers, you know? You don't get the 10-year plus resubs without aging up a bit along the way as well, I guess. Alright, so ByuN and Percival for game number 2 of this best of 9, looking to set the tone for this series. If the villains start to run away with it early, I think it's going to be tough for the Rebellion. So I do think there's quite a bit of importance on this game from ByuN right now. The barracks coming up, the refinery being added. It's going to make this double gas from both of the Terran players, so pretty similar situation from both so far. As we look to settle in to the TVT. See what's going to happen. Alright, Reaper coming through, factory coming up. Reaper's going to move about, SCV is going to come back over. Factory and the reactor continue coming through for a little bit. We just have the reactor continue to come through for a couple moments as well, so continue to bring that about. See those couple of Reapers coming over still. And yeah, the Hellion coming into play as well. Commands from both players. mentioned that this is looking fairly similar, and it is. We're essentially going to end up with 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions each very shortly. 2 Reapers going to hop up over the right side, so a little bit of an aggressive push forward initially from Percival. Not cost him anything. Try and chase, but obviously you can't really jump down 2 ledges and actually get away there. Reapers and the Hellions coming through. It's going to see the starports on the way. We are going to have a high ground advantage there from Percival. He was down a Hellion at the very starting point of that fight, but doesn't really matter. ByuN is not going to run up the ramp into it, so it just backs off instead. And again, a couple more Marines on the way. That Cyclone being added on as well. Bring a lot of that up. Again, the Reaper and the Hellion continue to gather back around. The Hellion still joining up together here for a few moments. I'm just going to see Reapers and Hellions trying to poke through for a couple of moments. Going to be having the Raven and the Matrix continue to come through, continue to get that settled in. Going to see the couple of Marines, the tank, and the Raven continue to build up as well. Units continue to gather together. Going to see that Raven just about to finish. The Cyclone's still coming about. We do have the Hellions, the Reapers just gathering, and again, this TVT setting up to be very typical kind of, I'm going to defend, you're going to defend. Neither of us are going to do much of anything for a little bit kind of TVT at the moment. So, setting up with that for now. Raven still gathering there. Starbuck going to lift off. Just going to move over to the reactor, the tech lab. Taking position 2 for a few moments. Commenced it again, put in place. A couple of SCVs coming about for the moment. We're going to see a couple of Vikings and the tank continue to come through. Just going to have ourselves the units coming about. Obviously, I can say TVT. No one really wants to be the aggressor. It becomes so dangerous to be the aggressor, so just sort of sit here and we develop. Now, what is interesting is that ByuN is building the second factory, so he's not going to play a bio, he's going to play a mech game, which I actually find very interesting. I want to see mech on this map. I actually always thought this map obviously lends itself to mech. You've got a forward base and that acts towards the middle of the map as the Terran. Just in general, that really enables tank sort of play and so on and so forth. So that immediately kind of comes to mind as being a pretty big factor. The Cyclones and everything else still gathering together here for a few moments. Engineering base and production for Percival. Obviously, he's about to be done with his stim. The one thing you got to be really careful of playing mech is sometimes the first push of the Terran when they get stim can be very dangerous if you don't have enough tanks yet. I actually think we're okay right now. I don't think we're in too much trouble. I feel like we're decent at the moment. Having the scan coming about, a couple of tanks still joining together here. The tank sieging the refinery, already taking some damage. The one with upgrades in the combat shield all coming through. Just going to be seeing the another scan coming about. Those tanks going to unsiege and just pull back a little bit. Nice position for Percival. He's going to get some damage done this forward base, showing why you can punish it. So it might be good to kind of play with it kind of defensively as the mech player, but at the same time you're seeing how it can go wrong for you. Because right now, that middle of the map position from his opponent is an issue. Now, the Vikings do well, and the air control of ByuN is pretty strong at the moment. 7-3 Vikings, so a lot he can do with that is, first of all, what's he going to do? Is he going to just attack in and... Oh, does he stop ByuN from getting across the map, I guess, the question. Well, right now, ByuN is not having much of a defense over here. I thought he left a few units behind, but apparently nowhere near enough. And so these units get to stim in and get some serious work done for a couple of moments. I mean, ByuN obviously wants to go across the map, but it's very dangerous to try and force this issue. And obviously attacking into those tanks is going to be really tough. I wonder if there's like a Liberator situation for ByuN, actually. Like, he probably has enough air control getting into some libs could be effective for him. First of all, did get the unsiege there, big deal. Gets the unsiege so he doesn't get caught in those matrices. ByuN doesn't have matrices for days, right? So he's got to be kind of careful. He's got to be careful right now, not fully sieged up as these Marines get a chance to stem in. He's going to now drop auto turrets against this. The Vikings will hit the other Vikings. There's a bunch of matrices come down from Percival, but his supply is plummeting. The problem is that ByuN's tanks are not in range of Percival's tanks, and he wins out with everything in the sky. Whoa, he drops the Vikings down. The tanks are all behind there. I don't know what that was from ByuN. I think that was a misplay. A little bit of a misstep on the Vikings for sure. That was not how that was meant to be. The rest of those tanks getting sieged up. The Vikings are going to shoot away at the Raven. We're going to try and fight back and forth here still. Just have ByuN with a little bit of a lead still trying to push on forward. He is now building a lib. Like I said, I felt like the Liberator was definitely, you know, something we could kind of go for previously. So actually do get a siege tank. So just going to grab that. We continue to press on up. I mean, at this point, you're outnumbering tanks, so your tank sieging against the tank should be fine. You were a little bit later to it. The Vikings going to have to land here to help out. Then get back in the sky. Now you lose your air control, though. Sense Tower finishing is not exactly the most helpful of things right here, unfortunately. Missile turret would have been better. Would have at least been able to zone the Liberator back, perhaps. Yeah, this is looking rough. Looks as though ByuN is going to get it done to tie this series for the Shopify Rebellion. Percival going to have to retreat away from this third base. He is flying a base across to the right side, so he is looking towards an additional expansion. But he's going to have to do some work. I mean, because right now the issue is going to be the tank count. One tank defensively just means you can't really hold a position. And if you can't hold any positions, then you're just in trouble. Now, there's a lot of support for these tanks. It doesn't really matter. You can afford to lose some when you have that many tanks available overall. And siege the tanks not friendly fire with the SCVs. And yeah, we're maybe losing a bit of air control. Percival's going to build a Liberator as kind of a last-ditch effort to sort of survive. But before that even happens, there's going to be so much damage taken. All the SCVs going down here. Those depots are falling. His base off on the right side is getting set up at least. That's something ByuN could move over to and deny if he knew about it. He does not right now, though. Oh, the SCV is getting caught as they come down the ramp as well. Brutal. As Percival loses even more workers. And this game is going to slip away from Percival. And the villains are going to lose their lead. And it is going to be ByuN to tie this series up 1-1. And put Shopify right back into it early ahead of the first 2v2 game in this matchup. Viking gonna get killed up in the sky. Like I say, we're just trailing units across the map right here as ByuN. He's got a fourth base back at home. He's comfortable in pretty much every single way. The only thing he doesn't have is like actually anti-air against this Liberator, perhaps. So that Liberator is a bit of an issue. The Viking keeps auto-attacking back into the other Viking, I think. Or maybe he wanted to try and target the Viking. Well, there's the answer to the Liberator. 2 new Vikings show up, and so we do not have to lose all the tanks. And that is going to be GG now called. Percival taps. ByuN advances this to 1-1. In this matchup. So we're all tied up, and it is going to be a trip on over to the NA server as we ready ourselves for this next game, which is going to be the 2v2 factor. So hop on over to Americas, and it's going to be MaxPax and Percival taking on Harsdom and Lambo, also known as the Harambo combo. They were the go-to team for the Rebellion throughout this event. After this, MaxPax versus Harsdom, then Solo versus Scarlet coming up as well. So, I'll get this on the way in a few. I'll just run some ads, guys. It's been a hot second. We'll get that going and get this 2v2 ready. It's going to be on Yellow Jacket. Get this ready to go. Do you think the 2v2 has been something of a weakness on the side of villains? So, that's probably something for us to think on. I do think it's probably their weak. I think they're so strong in the 1v1s, but they always play the kind of the European Korean combo. So I think especially Percival And max packs have been a little bit of a weaker combination, but I mean, max pack solo is very strong still, so yeah. All right, we get invites in. Just move everyone along. Max joins us. We need Percival. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We just need Percival. Sweet. Steak. Alright, we are just waiting for Percival then, guys, and we'll be off into this 2v2 portion of the matchup. Rambo versus Persipax. What about Maxival? I kind of like Maxival. It sounds cool. Oh, stretch it out. Got lots of games to get through still. Again, liquid weight for the winners of this series in the match after this. And then we have tomorrow, upper bracket final, lower bracket final, and grand final coming in as well. Very exciting. Do, 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 boom, boom, boom. Do, 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 do. Just waiting for Percival, guys. Let's give him a little reminder. Give him a little poke. A little message. There you go, Percival hopping over. And he's going to join us here. Perfect, we can ready up in a few moments, guys, and kick this off. Thanks for your patience. And yeah, 2v2 time is about ready to go. Got them readied up and get ready to kick off into this Pro Terran versus Pro Zerg. And like I say, some more action here then from the Team League today, last weekend of the Team League. Again, if you've enjoyed it, do consider supporting, guys. Plenty of ways to support the channel. Obviously, like, subscribe on the YouTube, follow here on Twitch. Obviously, one of the main things we keep on mentioning all of the time is to check out the Patreon page, very importantly, patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes directly into WardiTV tournament prize money, so you can check that out and yeah, go and give it a click, give it a look, support us on Patreon. It goes a long way to helping. So yeah, check that out at patreon.com/WardiTV. Appreciate it if you do. Thank you very much in advance if you choose to do so. As we get ready to kick off into Yellow Jacket for this 2v2 game. Let's send it. Best of 9. It's all tied up 1-1. Harstem and Lambo in the bottom left will be the 2v2 duo. As we get into Yellow Jacket here for game number 3. In the top right, Max Pax and Percival. Orange Protoss, Red Terran. And get this going. Get this started off. Alrighty. Max Pax and Percival to try and take the lead for the villains. I think the 2v2s are going to be quite important for the Rebellion. Do you think they're a little bit of the underdogs when it comes to the overall matchups? And if you're the underdogs, then I feel like if you're the underdogs in the matchups, then I feel like you've got to be kind of taking advantage in the 2v2s. So we'll see if that's something we can make happen here or not. as we get this underway. Couple of assemblers coming up, gate on the way through, probe in production, the hatchery and the spawning pool coming up as well. Bring a lot of that into play just for now. Getting that settled for a few moments. That's a cute little move. So you take the assimilator for your teammate to mine from, because obviously building an extractor costs you a drone, right? So if you actually build the assimilator yourself, or you build the assimilator, it just keeps you +1 drone to what it would be otherwise. So cute little advantage taken of the 2v2 aspect of this. Very nice. I'm just going to see the gate and the cybercore continuing up for a little bit. Again, the pile and the assembler coming about. Cybercore finish. Probe steps over. We're going to see the couple of gates still producing through for a little while. Link speed, Lings, Queens coming about. The Stalkers and the Warp Gate still producing. Probe just continues across for a little while. And again, the Link speed and the Sentry and the Warp Gate all coming online for the moment. There is a pylon coming up to the tops. Just going to get that straight into place here for a little bit. Get that started. And on we go. Got Lings on the way already from Lambo. And with that Ling speed and 2 more gateways from Halston, it feels as though we are just going to get very aggressive very quickly. So they are going to bring the fight. They are going to bring the aggression. Almost no doubt at this point. So the fire is coming. We are getting ready to full send on this one, it would seem. As that hallucination comes back the other way. A couple Stalkers trying to poke. And SCV takes a little bit of damage. Nothing too crazy just yet. Continue to ping about. And yeah, that extra gate coming by. Hallucination obviously scouting this. So I think they're identifying that this is happening. Let's see what the defenses look like. 2 batteries coming up from Max Packs. The issue is the Lings will do a lot against the defenses of Max Packs, and if there's not a bunker up, if the Marines of Percival can't get safe, then that's going to be an issue too. Now, we're putting some pressure on the rocks at the front, but the Lings are looking to run in from the left side here. There's a lot of entrances to this base, and Max Packs are going to see those Lings right now. Is Lambo going to dive through? The batteries are going to be done in a moment. Force fields available as well, so we've got to be careful. We're going to start going for this initial bunker, as there's not really the SCVs to defend this either, so we can just get rid of the first bunker very comfortably. Like I say, you get rid of a lot of the terror. If you get rid of the bunkers, you really open up the defense and kind of like make it so much tougher for Percival and Max Packs to hang on. Percival already retreating the orbital command backward. There's a siege tank though. That's where you feel a lot better as the Terror, and that's where you actually provide a lot more into this. Still think Lings are going to be one of the bigger issues right now. We're going to dive for this. We're going to go for the tank. We're going to have to. We get it pretty quickly. The bunker will go down. The battery's obviously put in the work. This is where the Lings are going to shine because there's just nothing to stop them surrounding and dealing so much damage. The sentries are all out of energy. Lambo and Harstam swinging through with this aggression. Is it enough? The batteries are so close to going down. The Stalker count's still great from Harstam. Don't forget he can build 4 Stalkers at a time behind this, so he has a lot of value coming in behind it. Right now we need to stop these Stalkers getting to those batteries, stop them from finding additional value. They do get there. A few Lings are going to go after some of them, but this is just not good enough. Max Packs and Percival are running low, and Harstam and Lambo are going to dissect this defense into pieces and just pick it apart. Very nicely done. Very solid picking apart. Just very good attack from Harstam and Lambo, putting the Rebellion into a lead in this series now. I mean, okay, we haven't had GG called yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. It's not over just yet. The main issue I have is how does Max Packs retake the natural? We have a Banshee out. The Lings are here to threaten as well. Obviously, the tank's going to hold, but if they try and move too far forward, they get jumped on. Can we actually... I just don't think we can defend this base. It's a great force field. Traps the Stalkers back, so we get the Nexus. Let me just step away, and we just take an advantage from here. But do we try and do something more? We step forward for a second. Harstam is expanding. Lambo is taking a 3rd base. It feels like we are going to take that expand instead and just kind of go from there. Seems like that is the plan in the end. You see Twilight Council Robo Facility all building up, getting those on the way. Having the probe still coming through, tank and the Banshee building up, the extra Marines coming by. A lot of that's still getting set up at the moment. Percival supply is not bad, 57. And Max Packs at 37, Lambo at 66, Horseman 48. It's not terrible. Obviously, Max Packs has to rebuild an expansion, but Horseman is only just expanding now himself, so maybe this is still kind of playable from here. Resources lost is heavily in favor of the Shopify team. The Banshees are going to be an annoyance cloaking up, and there's not a lot of tech to really deal with Banshees either. So, yeah, no, I mean, we're going to be kind of in this for the moment at least. Percival and Max Packs, I mean, you look at their supply, and it's going to total up to what, about 110? And yes, Horseman and Lambo's at like 130, so they're definitely ahead, but like I said, I feel like it's not as crazy really, because like I said, there's a lot of commitment to this by Horseman and Lambo. Oh, that Banshee very nearly going down, but it does slip away. There's a Sport Crawler and a Queen there, which means that we can just deal with the Banshees though. And if one of the Banshees is already very low, it just limits how much they can stick around. So that kind of big volley of damage from before is not going to be completely disastrous. It's still going to, it's not going to be completely wasted. It's still, like, it still helps to deter these Banshees more quickly than they would have been deterred otherwise. Combat Shield build from Percival. It's not Combat Shield first, right? It is Combat Shield first. Wow. It's a Combat Shield, but currently no Stim. Feels like a mistake when you're building Marauders. Has he got a sec? He must have a second Tech Lab too. He's just not started Stim. That's a mistake from Percival, no doubt. There's no way you start Combat Shield without Stim when you're building this amount of Marauders here. So Percival is going to have to figure that out. But this is the kind of thing where if you just presume it's there, he's not going to realize it until very late, until he tries to Stim and it's not done when it should be. And if that's the case, his Stim could be so late in this game. And if your Stim is that late, that could be a major problem. So, yeah, kind of thinking that's going to be something that really depowers Percival from what he expects his army to be able to do. Tank gets sieged up. Lambo just building into a big Roach Ravager force. Halston getting his own blink will be behind the blink of Max Packs. Gate off to that right side fountain will be denied. Lots of pinging as we do find the Banshees. We don't have blink yet, and hence the Banshees still do not go down. Wow. Great from Percival as Lambo needs to pull his Lings back in the center. Gets those pulled away. Stalks the enemies coming about. Observer there as well. And get ready to... I mean, this push of Max Packs and Percival, basically just 2 base each and just trying to send it. Burst of Biles is going to be massive here. A big part of trying to break this down. If those tanks get too aggressive, the Biles there could be huge. First tank going to get Bile, but we didn't have all 3 available straight away. We need a few tank shots. Horseman trying to hold the ramp. Like I say, Shopify just need to defend right now. They're going to finish the carapace. Still no Stim, by the way, so just completely non-existent for Percival, which is absolutely baffling. Let's try and push up his Max Packs. Horseman going to hold on. Lambo's supply is starting to boom. It's just those siege tanks. We've got to figure out an effective way to break through those tanks so we don't have to take as much tank fire running into these fights. The Colossus from Horseman is kind of interesting. It's not going to help much in the PvP aspect of this, but it'll be great against the Marines if they get the chance to fight those. Stim starts now from Percival. He saw a conquest of shells before Stim. Like, he just had no idea that he was missing the upgrade. That's such a killer because that's so much damage output now just missing completely from this fight. Max, I wonder if he tells Max Packs. I wonder if he's just like, man, they just have too much. Or I wonder if he says, hey, my unit's on stimming. Kill the Evo Chambers. It's not a big deal because we'd already finished the upgrades here, so I don't think Lambo's too upset. This game's going to come down to the here and now rather than the upgrades of the future, it seems like. As Max Packs trying to push forward. Halston. The Colossus, as long as they're protected, are going to do a lot no matter what. Like, yeah, okay, they're not going to do as much against Stalkers and Marauders, but at least they're still splashing out. Some Roaches on the counterattack is something we're not really ready to deal with either. Those Roaches just pushing across. The Stalker's getting turned around. The Colossus is going to fire again. The Roach is back over to hit the Stalker a little further. We are going to see the Stalker still getting picked away at here. Roach Ravager taking more damage. A little extra few bits and pieces being done. The Roach is jumping back onto this Nexus. The Stalker's coming back again. The Roaches gathering up. Just going to fight back through. The Stalker's still taking some more damage again. More being done at the moment. Stimpack, armor upgrade, all coming about. Stalker step up once more. We're going to keep on fighting here. We go for the spread. Going to blink through. Siege tank goes down. Corrosive Biles. Going to allow for us to go after a lot of this as well. The siege tank goes down already. The Bioforce trying to push through. A lot of these units trying to trade for the next few moments. And we are going to see that commitment in. Colossus doing a great job of holding this out and pushing this back. Max Packs' supply is down to 65. Percival and Lambo's supply fell pretty much in sync. Lambo just had an edge of supply to begin with, though, so it's looking very good for Shopify. And again, winner of this game does take the lead in the series for now. Just a 2-1 advantage, but every game counts. We've seen how close these team matches are getting, especially here in the playoffs. So absolutely, every game counts. And yeah, this TV2 may be the thing that swings it at the end of the day, you know? Gathering Vikings joining up. Stalker's going to be in the center. Just going to be seeing a little bit of a push forward here. Hostam and Lambo, a good amount of units collected in the center still. We're going to get that warp gate burrow and tunneling claws coming up as well. Shroud just going to come through. A couple of Stalkers going to get pushed back. A couple of decent crows of bars coming into place as well. Keep those Stalkers at bay. Tank shots firing. Unit's going to get forced backwards. The Stalkers blink back once again. A few of the Roach Ravagers still up to the top. Figuring out what they might like to try and do here. It's a lot of commitment to a fake prison. That really is the bait that delivers. Well, here's the issue that Percival and MaxPax have. Taking a third base for Percival, basically. MaxPax got the forward third up, and they're defending that, but yeah, they need to figure out a way to get down over here. And they're going to Liberator and Stalker push down. Now, the tanks are going to find some of those Roaches with the help of the scan as they try and come through. Roaches need to unburrow right now. They're being scanned. Hostam is going to dive in on the left side, gets rid of a lot of the tanks over here. Roaches need to pop up and just help, no? I mean, yes, why not, basically? But yeah, this is apparently just good enough. Percival and MaxPax supply is going to be struggling. There's Zealots in the main base. A real War Prism this time as the fake one went down before. It's a lot of Stalkers, though, and Colossus kind of stuck against Stalkers. So Stalkers if they could blink through, but apparently MaxPax doesn't have it. Doesn't feel like he has it. We're going to drop the recall. There's just a lot of units everywhere right now, so no point losing the kind of main core of your army, right? There's no point losing that at all. Got to kind of keep that up, and then just, you know, let the harassing units maybe go down, replenish those, and then make the play to win this game. In a couple of minutes from here, when you've recovered and regrouped everything and you still have your big tech units alive because you recalled them back, obviously makes a lot of sense. Puts you in a good little position. Units gathering. Still got the Hive and the Lurker Den coming up. The additional Hydras building through as well. Pluses and the armor upgrade coming out also. Look, Den, Hive, continue to build. The extra Hydras coming about. The Roaches will take a step around the left side. Roaches on the top of that there as well. A couple of Zealots going to charge after the Zergling. Just have 2 upgrades. Continue to come into play here currently. Army collects in the center. Hostam Lambo looking to push up. MaxPax and Percival. Pulling back a little bit. A few Zealots getting forward there. The Colossus is going to fight. Bio Army trying to step forward. 2 Zealots just getting into work. Another scan comes straight out already. Do have the Zealots still going in. Just being annoying. Grabbing a Hydra or so. MaxPax again just hanging on with the defensibility of the map. This one is not done yet, apparently. I mean, it still feels amazing for Hostam and Lambo, but there's still that chance they make mistakes and mess this up and give this situation away a little, so try not to call it too soon, but I already said the Rebellion are going to be going up in this series. I still stand by it, but I guess worth noting. Should wait for the final GG. You guys seen the Bio Gathering, the Medivacs coming through. So you seeing the Colossus just going to be there. Mortal results and the rest of this continue to come about. Just going to be having the Roaches showing up on the top side. Next is going to be getting grabbed. A couple of these probes. And getting caught as well. Stalkers recall up to that top side. The Roaches are going to stand and fight. If the Stalkers recall into the Roaches, they're going to, be okay with this fight, I think. So, Roaches continue to fight. A bunch of the Stalkers going down. We're going to move them about a little bit. Harstem pushing at the front into a defensive terrain. I mean, he just has so much more supply. I don't think it really matters. Hard to really care when you're that much supply up. GG says Max Packs. GG will have to be caught from Percival. Harstem and Lambo take the advantage early. Keep the advantage going. They never let it really slip away, truly. And they are able to make this into a victory. GG's, as we're going to be heading over to Europe. Harstem and Max Packs will meet again, this time in the 1v1. As the Shopify Rebellion take the lead, and Max Packs makes his second appearance. If Harstem could beat Max Packs here, that would be a major edge for the Rebellion. I think he probably fancies his chances. I don't think he says he's like a big favorite against Max Packs, but he often can take a map off of him. He often can figure out the ways to take advantage of what Max Packs likes to do, so we'll see if that will happen in today's 1v best of 1 PvP that they're about to play. See if Harstem can get this done. Drop the lobby link down, going into Titus Citadel. Just wait for everyone to hop over. We're getting Stimulhorn Percival today. I wonder how different it looks. Because you still have the fact that you're kind of pushing forwards into that position is maybe not easily done. It's obviously going to help. I'm not going to, joke about that. But, like, I don't know if it wins them the game. And if it doesn't win them the game, then are they not just in a similar position anyway? Yeah, obviously, it's not great. It's hard. I'm not trying to defend it, but I'm just trying to look on the other side of, like, was that the game changer? I don't know if it was a game changer, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Alrighty, we get everyone in. We're missing Max Paxy's BRB a moment. We're missing a caster. Who are we missing? I don't know. Someone's missing. Who have we lost? French caster, I think. Yeah, unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're now at 11 casters. Somehow we've gained a caster from hopping service. Oh, I don't know what's going on with these guys. They're all over the place. Yay. Max Pex joins us, and he's instantly ready. Of course he is. Just waiting for Harstem to give us a go. Max Pex says, thanks for waiting. What's up, Marcez Van Hinton? Thank you so much for the Prime sub for the 2 months. Welcome back, and thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. And thanks everyone who's been subbing. I feel like I missed a couple. I'm sorry if I did, but I appreciate you guys. I do see them. I just forget to say thank you sometimes because I'm a rude streamer. Let's just wait for Harstem to ready up. We can kick off into game number 4 of this series. Just waiting for Harstem ready up. What's up, Catalyst God? 90-month resub. I'm getting some crazy resubs today. Crazy business. PvP coming through then, guys. So, PvP time. A Rebellion lead. Max Pax looks to tie it back up for the villains of SC2. And after this, Solar plays Scarlet, actually. A very interesting match. I don't know what to make of Solar Scarlet. I actually kind of liked it when I saw it because I feel as though I'm like, well, actually, I feel as though Scarlet could take a map off Solar and ZVZ. Like, I feel like I like Scarlet See the Zerg versus Zerg. I feel like it's possible. I remember the Scarlet, was it? Scarlet Raynor in WardiTV 2025 Championship was a lot of fun. She played some fun ZVZs around that time, so I don't know. The ZVZ seemed like a good one when I saw it. It's map 4 of this best of 9 in the bottom right-hand corner. The Green Protoss player from the Shopify Rebellion with the lead right now. Can he extend it or will he give it up? It's going to be Harston in the bottom right corner of the map. Top left, max specs Red Protoss. Game 4 of this series. So we start this off and we'll see who will take some initiative in the PvP. Which of these players wants to maybe be the aggressor? Are we going to see 2 expands? Does Harston have a way to break down that initial expansion play that MaxPax typically likes to go into? Or MaxPax mixed it up knowing that sometimes Harston is the guy to figure out what he's doing a little bit too easily and knows that maybe it's a little bit too punishable if he just kind of plays his kind of plain old and ordinary. So say a lot of questions to be asked here, essentially. Gateway and side core both coming into place. Get set up here for a couple of moments. Just going to drop the pylon into the upper right hand side as well. So just going to bring that straight through for now. Get that in position, get that going. Gates in the side portal building, pylons in the way, probes producing through. Looking good for the moment. Stalker probe in the robo facility coming by, the warp gate still coming up. Again, Stalker and the Adept and the warp gate building on the side of MaxPax, so we get a lot of that coming through just for now. We do have that robo facility still building up here, so it is going to be Harston being aggressive with the robo, and MaxPax will start to go scouting around for it. And you'd imagine with this probe, he's going to start trying to just gain as much information out on the map as possible. Robo facility coming about, just going to be seeing a couple stalkers coming through. And that prism just coming through, robo facility still being chronoed, just going to be having a couple stalkers coming about, and again we have the robo already going to nibble up at this pylon over here. As the pylon takes a little bit of nibbling, some damage being done. Max is coming through. Because I'm ready to go into that base, but there's going to be a couple units there to meet it, so already can't get in at first attempt. The Oracle starts to go across the map from MaxPax to put some pressure on the other side. You can stasis that mineral line at the very least and just force Harston to keep paying attention there. That maybe opens the door for him to make a mistake on the other side as well. So the Oracle does have use over here. We've seen the Stalker starting to poke. The first Void Ray is only about halfway done, so Harston getting aggressive very quickly. And he's going to start chipping through those Stalkers. Most importantly, he's working through that battery energy. The sooner you get through that battery energy, the more quickly you can start to really kind of kill things off, and the less chance there is going to be of like a Void Ray being saved last second or something along those lines. So, like I say, a lot to play for here, but Harston is committed. He needs to get this done. He needs to make this work. That's going to be one of the major points of this as he forces a prismatic alignment to be used. Next Void Ray took a little bit of time to start. Didn't start immediately, so second Void Ray a little later than it maybe should be. Harston needs a pylon to finish, and he can warp in a few more Stalkers of his own and again continue to build this number and grow this as heavily as he can, because again, every Stalker is going to count when you're trying to knock down that Void Ray. Ideally, you kind of one or two shot it. You do enough damage to basically two shot it through the batteries. Ideally, I guess, because one shot in it's a little unrealistic. And Oracle is working through the battery of Harston back at home, so he's got to figure that out while again trying to make this work on this side. A couple of defensive zealots here trying to micro back with the prism. Another battery from MaxPax, knowing that, again, if he just maintains these units, he's going to be okay. And that battery running out on the other side means that Hostum's going to take a bunch of damage here. The Void Ray activate, and this is looking like a defense from MaxPax already. Hostum is going to get rid of one Void Ray. He's going to make a play for the second, but he's losing so many Stalkers in the process. Prismatic Alignment comes back, and there's just not going to be enough there. GG must be called, and MaxPax will take this back to being a tied series. 2-2 now in our best of 9. All right, another speedy PvP. We've had a fair few kind of quicker games today, haven't we? We've had a fair few quicker games. That might continue as we go to NA for the Scarlet solo game. I presume that Scarlet is in NA again. So I presume this is going to be an America's matchup. Get this ready to go. Maybe I should double check if Scarlet's in NA. I guess we'll find out in a moment. Looks like it is. All right, Scarlet's in Korea. Cool. All right, hop on over to Korea instead. Let me go from there. Perfect. So we're going to go into Old Republic in a couple of moments. And get this ready to go. Just a few. Get this going. So we've not kind of we've not even had to have a server preference yet. When it does get a server preference, it will go to Percival against Lambo, I guess. But it means that Shopify, if they need it for an ace match, will have it. So a couple of things to think on there. Get ready to go solo versus Scarlet in a few moments' time. Let's get everyone online into a lobby. Be starting very soon, guys. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're missing somebody who did not get the memo. Yeah. It's my fault. I told them all to go to NA. They should have gone to Korea. Only downside of this format is all the server hopping in some of the matches that happen. There we go. Found them. Found them. Alright, ZVZ starts up. And we get ready to begin. Go into Old Republic for ZVZ. It's all tied up 2-2. And it's best of 9. Shopify Rebellion look to take Scarlet. I'll set Scarlet out here to take a map of Solo. I mean, would be amazing if she could. Like I said, I don't hate the chance, but I think it's possible. Solo's the favorite. So I think it's a good matchup. I see Scarlet more likely to take a map of Solar than I see her more likely to take a map of MaxPax or Percival in the day, I think, overall. Just because of the just because of the nature of ZVZ a little bit, so let's enjoy this rare matchup of Zerg versus Zerg. In the top right corner of the map, the red Zerg is going to be Solar. And he takes on the blue Zerg in the bottom left, Scarlet. Game number 5 of our best of 9. Number 2 today. We've got one more best of 9 after this as well. The winners advance on to play Liquid. That will, like I say, also be today. All the way down to 3, and I should have just believed. All right, there we go from Scarlet. An early pool coming down, so she is going to see some aggression early as the hatchery first comes in from Solar, just to start this off, and we look to see what will happen. Let's see a couple of lings coming about. Just going to set that up. And we'll have the few lings on the way. The lings speed coming by. Hatch, gas, and pool. A couple of drones coming online as well. So a lot of that getting set up just initially here. Look to see how things will go. See what we can try and get done as the Baling Nest comes about. A couple of lings in the ling speed. All building up across. Again, the Baling Nest coming about. Hatch, gas, pool coming in. A few lings around the bottom side here from Scarlet just initially to get that on the way and see what we can do. Hatch finishes up on the natural. Scarlet with those few lings around alongside. She's going to go Baneling Nest behind this as well, by the way. So she's going to have a really aggressive push, but this needs to do so much. You're so committed in this scenario. You need to get so much done here. Let's just have a couple lings going to pop through and try and just grab a couple lings. The lings of Solo are going to get the spot here. Spinecrawler starts up in the main base. Those circles still gathering together. Come back and forth for a few moments. And we'll just have those lings making their way around. And ling speed obviously kicking in helps. The Banes can then be used to zone a lot. Don't really want to use the Banes and the Queens. I'm kind of surprised the Queen did not target fire this low HP Baneling. Felt as though we could have forced that to be used already. Does get a catch on it now. Scarlet going to turn onto the hatchery. Doesn't want to try and go into the main base against the Spinecrawler, which he probably expects is there. Would rather try and, again, make this happen on the low ground. That morphing Baneling, so close to being done. Doesn't quite finish up. 1+1 Baneling there would have been nice. And as you are going to see, Baneling in the back getting cancelled again. We use one, we use another. Not enough to get this hatchery, though, and that's not enough damage overall, because obviously, as you can see, it's a 6-worker lead still from Solar. Still a hatchery lead as well, so Scarlet needs to find more with, unfortunately, what's going to be very little right now. Spinecrawl on the high ground can help. A couple of Banes morphing in from Solar, and this feels like a defense for our Korean Zerg player over these next couple of moments. A couple of those Banes step up, and the Lings are going to gather. I was going to see a few of the Lings pulling back. And we do see the pulling, getting a couple shots off. Scarlet has a couple of Banes advantage for a moment or two. Oh no, she loses, yeah, she uses 3 Banes on basically 2 Banes and a Ling there, which is not really how you want things to go. And it's going to be a Spinecrawler coming down to that low ground. Just going to be seeing the rest of this Ling Bane setting up. The drone's coming through as well. Just going to see a Spinecrawler burrowing. Queens are going to fire up onto that Baneling for a few more moments. A bit more damage being dealt. Hatchery building on the side of Scarlet's just going to be taking the natural expansion. But yeah, she's down 9 workers, so she's in a very, very difficult position right now. A couple Queens are going to hold out there as well. Just going to be seeing the extra Lings coming through. Going to try and jump onto this Queen. A couple of Banes are coming out. Scarlet doesn't have enough. She knows she's super behind. It's going to be a game win for Solar as the villains will retake the lead in this best of 9 with the 2v2 round 2 coming up. So we'll jump on into the American server as we're going to have Max Pax and Solar teaming together against ByuN and Harstem. It's going to be Protoss Zerg versus Terran Protoss for this game number 6 as the Rebellion will look to win another 2v2 perhaps to try and stop this series from getting a little bit out of reach for them. Obviously lose this next game and we get into a very, very scary place. So get this set up in just a moment. And after this, we have Lambo versus Persal. We're guaranteed to see that one. Still a ByuN as map 8 if we get there. Still a ByuN actually play a lot of long games. I'd be very excited to see that. I'm kind of hoping we get a map 8 just for that. Even if we don't get an ace, give us that solo ByuN game, you know. Let's see. Like I say, I think the 2v2 will go a long way to getting us there from the Rebellion. Let's get everyone joining in here next couple moments. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, just missing Austin. Perfect. Ben says hi and ready. And if everyone's ready, we can kick this off as we get this ready to begin. Alright, Halsum ready, Maxbox ready, ByuN ready, Zor's ready. Let's send it into this 2v2 game, guys. I'm laughing because Solo said so many obs, because you have like loads of observers in the game. And ByuN said so many XSplit, and I take a moment, I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh my god, that's actually kind of funny. XSplit's what we all used to broadcast on before OBS was a bigger thing. I mean, I used XSplit for years. I didn't change it to OBS until 2-3 years ago, maybe. I've been using OBS. It's I used XSplit for a long time, but yeah, it was a funny. It took me a moment because I was like, ah, and then I was like, ah. Took me a moment. Streamlabs for the win. I mean, Streamlabs is just OBS though. It's just a version of OBS or so. It was just an integrated version of OBS, I guess. As far as I'm aware, I think that's what it was. Used OBS more than 10 years ago. Yeah, so the thing is that originally, the biggest issue for XSplit was that it cost money, but actually XSplit was free if you used the XSplit beta way back when. So an XSplit license is super expensive, but like if you use the beta, it was free. You got an XSplit lifetime license, so I had XSplit for free. I actually think for a long time it was better than OBS. A lot of people are big OBS believers. I actually think XSplit had a lot of cool features that people... It depends what you wanted to do, but for what I did, XSplit actually had a lot of cool features, but it just broke so often in the end. It just broke so often, sadly. Ben's asking for subs. Well, you guys heard him. If you want to keep ByuN happy, you better sub. And he obviously means sub to Wardy, not sub to ByuN, you know. So, you know. Do as you wish, but just know you have been commanded by ByuN to hit that sub button, guys. As we get settled in, and we wait to see where ByuN and Hearthstone will take this. Will they play as aggressively as Lambo and Hearthstone played? What will their plan be? Will Silver and Maxbox get through kind of early aggression? 2v2 has been a little shaky from these guys. It's not been, you know, terrible or like super bad, but like I would say it's been one of the shakier things that's been happening. Obviously, just because they're 1v1, you know, the 1v1 aspect of Solo, Maxbox, and the villains in general has been very solid. I guess it's natural to kind of refer to the 2v2 as their weakness, but I don't even know if they're bad as much as it's just, like I say, their 1v1 combos are so good, it's hard for the 2v2 not to end up being a downgrade. Hey, what's up? Owlbear Pig, how you doing? Thank you so much for the 17-month resub on the Prime. Much appreciated. Thank you so much for subbing up. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's a couple lings going to chase that probe around for a few moments. Just going to chase that over. for a little bit. And you have the Stork going to get there. That Overlord is going to be going down momentarily. And Adept is going to find a probe over here as well. So first few units moving out onto the map. Maxpax and Solar starting to step forward. It's going to be an Oracle from Maxpax at first. Hostum still just on his way to the Stargate. Is yet to finish that up though, so needs to get that going shortly. And you see ByuN is just going to play triple CC, so we can tell already what the idea here is. It's apparently going to be mega economy mode from the Shopify Rebellion as they are down a game in this series, looking to bring it back. This series obviously sends one of the teams through to the top 4 of the competition. And again, they will play Liquid a little bit later on today. Other rules that they must do 1 European and 1 Korean on the 2v2s? Nope, there is not. So the only rule for the 2v2 is you must use a different combination of players for map for both of the 2v2 games. So for example, they can't send out Hostum and Lambo twice. Hostum and ByuN is the second combination. So Hostum can play both times, but he can't play with the same teammates. The combination has to be different. And so basically, I think... I don't know, maybe so. I think they just think Maxpax is probably the best 2v2er, so they probably send Maxpax out with both the Koreans separately. And then for the Shopify Rebellion, I think they just think Protoss Terran is probably a better comp than Zerg Terran. And you know, they've already used that kind of, unless they bring Scarlet into the mix, they've always used their 2 English speakers, right, I guess, that were going to play the 2v2 anyway, so... Yeah, it's, I mean, to be fair, there's not that many choices to kind of avoid it, right? Because, like I say, they already used Hostum and Lambo. Like I say, the argument in this series might be maybe they could use, like, Hostum and Scarlet. But they might just think that ByuN's also a strong 2v2er as well, right? Like, in some ways, the language barrier is a big thing, but, like, in other ways, it's not. If you have a general idea of what you want to do and achieve, and you both understand what needs to be done, we've seen a lot of the Korean and non-Korean players kind of actually working very well in the 2v2 together, while just typing to each other during the game, so... Yeah, it's surprisingly effective. So I think there's maybe more emphasis on just being good 2v2 and a good combo than there is necessary on having that 100% clarity on communication, perhaps. Maybe over time, as 2v2 becomes more advanced in StarCraft 2, maybe that falls away a bit and it's less easy to kind of keep up without the communication. But right now, I think just the strong combos and the strong kind of players matter more than the perfect communication, I guess. Phoenix will get there. Stalker going to get grabbed. A couple of Stalkers just going to poke across. And it's going to be seeing these Phoenix just bullying. This is the issue when you kind of lose the Phoenix wall a little bit. You just get bullied. And so Maxpax is just bullying Hostum early. ByuN is doing what he kind of try and get there to help out every now and again. As Solar sets up with a Roach-based army. Roach speed and Carapace upgrade currently coming through initially. Let's see how Phoenix coming across. Maxpax is just too good, be a 2v2 or singles. Don't understand why I'm saying every time he's an expert in 2v2. Well, because he's genuinely seen 2v2 success. He won the biggest 2v2 tournament we ever had. Like, he genuinely was dominant in 2v2 last year, so... Like, yeah, he's a 2v... Like, yeah, he's an expert, but, like, he is specifically... Like, he has had results specifically in 2v2 as well, so... That's why I'm saying it, because it's not just that he's good, so I naturally think it carries to 2v2. Like, he's shown that he is very good at 2v2 specifically, you know? Anyways, we have Fleet Beacon on the way from Maxpax. So he's already just keep tacking up. Fleet Beacon on the way from Hostum too. And Blink to say, ByuN trying to support Hostum along after a bit of a rough early game. Those Phoenix have been absolutely brutal so far. Heromarine Engineering Bay for ByuN. He looks to keep the upgrades rolling throughout this as well. Pival sets up. A few Marines gather around for a couple of moments. The station pit's still building through. We get the Roaches and the Ravager coming up. Plus one missiles is coming over as well. It's a lot of Roach Ravager up that left-hand side. Going to get on top of that orbital. We're going to keep pushing through. Tank is going to fire. The Roach Ravager taking some shots. Quite a few hits coming over already. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix still gathering up and just going to get after those couple of Roaches. So, the Roaches take some shots. Stargate coming through. And you're just going to see the Phoenix still gathering in. The few Marines joining up together as well. I mean, can Solar and Maxpax push on through into this? I mean, Maxpax just has so many units. Hostum is just super behind in that aspect. I mean, the split here is good. The Bio chasing the Phoenix, and then the Phoenix getting a chance to go after the Zerg, but maybe overlifted a little bit. Now the Phoenix come back through, and again, MaxPax just every time he kills a Phoenix or Hearthstone extends the lead in this game. ByuN doing a good job to help stabilize again the Rebellion's squad here in this 2v2, but it is looking very good so far for Solar and MaxPax. Just going to see the few Phoenix going to fly through, just going to see a few of those probes getting lifted and picked off. So again, Hearthstone being bullied. Actually going to get the dive in with this Phoenix himself, and he tries to fight this off. A little bit of action back the other direction. Forge, Stargate, more Phoenix all still coming into play. The air weapon upgrade coming online as well, so we still see that coming into place. 2-2 on the way as well currently. So again, we continue to bring that up. Just see the Phoenix still moving about. Roach Ravager pulling back down through the center. Again, Stargate about to be done. A few Phoenix are coming up. A couple more probes are being picked off. The Marines are going to step forward once again, chasing those Phoenix down again. Going to be having the Roaches. Going to get lifted here by the Phoenix. Phoenix able to get after a bunch of those initially. The other Phoenix now going to come across. Crows of Biles coming down toward that bio-army. We're just about able to escape out of here. The Marines are going to spin around, going back the other direction once more. Still got that vehicle weapon, still got that 2-2, all building up for the moment. Marines and tanks been pushing across, just going to see a couple of pings, try to see what else we can find. Obviously just trying to notify the teammates of where we're going, what we're doing. Again, it's just so tough because Hearthstone's support is just so lackluster compared to MaxPax. He just ate a Bile on the Phoenix as well. So now they're going to be super low HP his Phoenix, even if they weren't already kind of behind in numbers. Mothership shows up, also not something you really want to see right now. We have the scan at least, but ByuN's army is not going to last. Lurkers are out. ByuN and Hearthstone are in a world of trouble. They are absolutely doomed. The Lurkers are very good. The Phoenix overwhelmed. ByuN gets pushed away. They basically had to send it on this and see success, and they just do not see success, unfortunately. And that means that the villains are about to open up a 4-2 lead. Going to be a 2-map advantage and a chance to win it out with a Persal versus Lambo game up next. And if not that, then Solo will get his shot to end it against ByuN. A couple of Lurkers will just burrow up. The extra Ravager still just pushing through. Just going to have ourselves a few Marines going to be there. GG says ByuN. GG says Hearthstone. MaxPax and Solo will take this down. Is the Observer UI or display built into the game? So there's a few that are built into the game naturally. The others you need files for. The one I'm using is, I think, something I downloaded. No, the one I'm using is actually built into the game. It's called Pro 2020. I'm pretty sure it just exists if you just open SC2. All you have to do is you go into SC2, you go to Options, Observer and Replay, and then you come here and you have a list of Observer interfaces. Some of them are pre-installed. Pro 2020 and WCS 3.0, I'm pretty sure are pre-installed. So you can just instantly kind of use those if you would like to. Super easy. There's, like they say, there's extras. There are different ones that you have to download a file for and put into a folder, but it's very, very minimal overall. All right, Percival and Lambo. First time we actually have a difference in servers here. So we're actually going to have ourselves a West Coast game for Percival to maybe claim this series on as he takes on Lambo here. Villains, the higher seed, will get the initial server preference. It does mean that Shopify have server preference if needed going into the ace match eventually. Get this hosted up, guys. Get ready to go. Get ready to send this as we get everyone into our game. Lambo back up. Misdragged. Persal in here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 casters. Just missing Percival. Throw an invite out to him and try and get this going. Yeah, I don't actually really like the UI that we use, but it got standardized a long time ago. So the thing that used to really annoy me is when we did like ESL events and like I got in trouble for using not the UI and I just forget to change it. And then something like, you know, we go into something like when I was like producing the regionals and stuff, like the ESL regionals, the DreamHack regionals and so on. When I was producing those, I'd sometimes forget the first match of the day to like, you know, swap it over and then we had to regame. And eventually I just succumbed to this UI. I don't think it's very good. I actually think it's not that it's not very good. I just think it's worse than the old one. The OG Game Hard, I think, was actually very good. And then I actually think they overcooked this one. They did too much. Like, they overthought it. And parts of it are good. I think like some of the names and stuff are bigger and stuff, but like I do think it was overcooked a little bit. I think personally I still prefer the OG one, but yeah, alas. I've ditched it for so long now, there's no going back. Yeah, I also standardized it as well, because back when we sometimes did like rebroadcasty things, and when I say rebroadcasting is like sometimes we had like 2 events and we'd have like an hour in between, so I'd rebroadcast a series. I would used to have like a little text box that would come up along like the bottom of the UI, basically to say, hey, this is a rebroadcast, we'll be back in 40 minutes or whatever. But but that obviously, if we went between 2 different videos and they were from different events with different UIs, then it would kind of overlap the UI, and it would just, yeah, it was another reason. There's basically TLDR, just a bunch of reasons why I stopped, but I don't really love it. This UI is good in an offline event. This UI is good for like this camera, for like being on screen, I think. And you put the cameras like down here and stuff as well. I think this UI is good for like offline in general, but like I just think the other one is, I always liked the other one. It took up less space, it had more information on it. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Buckboo? Thank you for the 9-month resub on the Prime, much appreciated. The one thing I did like about this that made me finally change compared to the other version that was very similar to this is that this one always has the upgrades on screen. The OG, like the WCS 3.0 version they used, had the upgrades used to rotate with the APM, and this pissed me off so much. APM is such a useless statistic, and I understand sometimes people like to see it, and like sometimes with the viewership it's like interesting, and like for especially more casual viewers like to see the big numbers. But my goodness, the amount of times I needed to know what the upgrade was in a fight, and I'm like, oh, the upgrade well, actually I can't tell you, but I can tell you that they're both doing 400 APM in the middle of the most intensive part of the game, surprising or not. Anyways, the fight's over now, and actually I don't know if their upgrade advantage was there, because the upgrade might have just finished halfway through and I couldn't check, so... Yeah, the APM and the upgrades rotating was like my biggest pet peeve of it. So this version having just the upgrades constantly is a big plus, at least. So that's one of the reasons I finally changed. Yeah. I also don't like the arrows. I'd also just rather them have numbers. The problem with too many numbers, though, is that too many numbers is like it just gets messy. And like if you have the number, if you have the number and you look at it too much, you're distracting people away from looking in the middle of the screen as well. It's this weird compromise where numbers and information is good, and exact information is good, and I've always advocated for this, but then a lot of people get hung up on numbers to the point where actually maybe they'd be better off just watching the vision of the game, you know? So yeah. The arrows point to whoever the income is favored for, and it's color-coded as well. So it points up and red for Lambo right now in this game, and it points down in blue for Persal. And then more arrows is more difference. And when you know the numbers of them, the arrows kind of make sense. I think the issue is not knowing the overall income per minute. But then a lot of people who want to know the income per minute and see the exact numbers don't actually know what that corresponds to anyway. They're also just like, well, he's on 3K and he's on 2K. But the arrows kind of tell you that anyway as well, if you know what the arrows mean. But then you need to know what the arrows mean, so... yeah. When he talks about this stuff, like we all experience this stuff all the time. Well, yeah, I mean, these are things that I think about day in and day out, and you guys just tune in and watch the StarCraft, you go off and live your life. I go to sleep at night and I'm dreaming of UIs and numbers and arrows and APM overlapping the upgrades. Starport gonna finish Marauder and Concussive Shells on the way through, so Percival playing pretty aggressive. He actually cancels Concussive Shells to start the Viking. Is he gonna restock Concussive Shells? Yes, so he's gonna go for a very aggressive Hellbat attack, one of the most aggressive you can do. You never even noticed the arrows till now? Oh my god. Yeah, well... there you go. Multiple people never notice the red or blue arrows? Oh no, yeah, okay. See, and that's why it's not a good UI. Yeah, I don't think the arrows are good. Personally, I've never been an arrow fan. I understand why they did it. But I also, I understand why they did it, but yeah. I think it would have been, to me, it would have been better if in the arrow space, they did the income difference in the color of the player. So say Lambo's mining 100, just obviously it would change all the time, but like right now, Lambo has like a, 700 mineral difference. If it just says like 700 here and it goes up and down in red, then I know Lambo has that mineral income advantage. That would be so much nicer. Then you don't have to see the total income per minute and stuff, and it's not too many numbers. Yeah, maybe it's still too many numbers. I don't know, but like, I've never been an arrow fan, honestly, either. All right, Lambo needs to figure this out. He's got a Bane Nest coming up. Can he get Banes in time to help with this? He's going to be seeing the Hellions and the Reaper moving across. The Viking on the top side. We'll go Overlord hunting as we step forward initially. Actually only built one Marauder and cancel. So yeah, Lambo got enough of a scout that actually scared Percival from committing through into this in the end. So yeah, Lambo is... He still finished the Armory, but he cancelled Concussive Shell, only builds one Marauder. He peels away from this, so Lambo getting a good read. And now just continue to draw. Lambo's going to be on a massive economy because Percival slowed down to kind of do this at first. It's not a super fast 3cc. It's not going to be an amazing amount of pressure because he pulled out of his pressure. So Lambo's going to be in a killer position here in these early stages. Satcher on the top side probably gets cancelled by the Hellions, but that's fine. We can afford a fourth cancelled. It was down, unfortunately, so that's a little bit of resources lost that we didn't really need to. Now we have the Banshee showing up, and there's no detection yet. Oh, no. So Lambo is actually in a killer spot, but he's going to lose a lot of the advantage here from lost mining time and just the Banshee being able to deal a bunch of damage already. Smoke finishes. 8 drones go down. Lambo still preserves a 20 work lead. The benefit is that during the Banshees, at least, he's able to just drone because he knows that the Banshees, at least, are not, it's not going to change whether he drones or builds units, I guess. Let's just shoot. We're going to deal some damage. Just going to be seeing the hatchery in some trouble still. The orbital flowing back across for a couple moments here. You're all going to be seeing the Ling's actually going to get caught on that side, so Ling's going to get jumped on. Now the Baneling's surrounding as well, and the Hellions actually genuinely in some trouble. Oh, we're going to get away with a few of them. Wow, good effort from Percival. That was very scary. The Banshee's putting some pressure on during this as well. Going to be seeing the rest going about. Viking going to shoot. Overlord taking some damage. You see the Marines, the tanks gathering up as well. Marines, the Marauder just gathering. A couple tanks going to set up. We are going to be seeing the Hellbats gathering around. 1-1 upgrades. The combat shield coming through. Marine, tank, medevac continue to build for the moment. It's going to be seeing that tank still pushing forward. Tank's going to be sieged, in position to put some pressure on for a couple of moments here, so get some work done. We have the Marines in position as well. Lambo kind of needs to deal with this right now. Tournament life on the line for the Rebellion, and Lambo's supply is plummeting. Man, he had such a good start, but oh my god, that tank shot is massive as well. He had such a good start, but unfortunately, what went wrong for Lambo in this game is just the harassment started to hit, and he was just not ready for those Banshees, and all of his advantages started to go in the bin very quickly after. Slow Bane's obviously not helping him, but he has to try and push out of these situations, so it's just trouble, trouble, trouble. Now we're going to see a scan coming up, a couple creep tumors going down. Skullcrawler going to be in some trouble as well. Just going to see the Queen still being chased for a couple seconds. Marines pushing forward. Extractor going to be going down. I mean, this really is just over, guys. It's not really much else to add. In the grand scheme of things here, the Ling Bane is just going to run through. Well, maybe Lambo can get a good defense here. It just feels so rough because there's going to be tanks behind. The Terran trades well in these scenarios. I shouldn't say it's over. It's a little bit dramatic, perhaps, because the defense can still happen and it will draw on a little bit. But generally speaking, things should go badly from Lambo at this point on. And it's kind of what you're seeing. Even these few Marines trading well, the tank not hitting the Lings, which means that the splash damage doesn't go onto the Marines either. It's going to be seeing the hatchery taking a bit more damage. A few more shots still coming through. And those Marines will get back on the hatch once again. Drilling close coming up. 2-2 upgrades building by. A couple barracks in the factory still coming about. But now, hatch falls. And the medevacs just gather up overhead. Bane comes back through. It's going to be pulling back over. Just going to see the 2-2 and the adrenal glands coming up. Overseers and the Murray and the Ling, continue to come online for now. Marines will get in after a couple of those creep teamers. So a few creep teamers being cleaned out. Just going to be seeing the Queens getting jumped on as well. Lambo runs through. Will not be able to turn this away. Wouldn't mind, doesn't do much at least. You've seen the Ling Bane going to gather. Just going to see a bit of the bio. Just going to jump onto this, and the medevacs will at least be forced to back away initially. Upgrades coming back. So let's see the Marine Road Lib still building. Queen going to get jumped on. The hatchery gets cancelled. Bane Force comes through. Yes, snipe on the Viper. The Viper goes down. It's going to be a nice catch. I think in the grand scheme of things, this really does look as though it is very, very rough for Lambo. He's obviously in a very tough position here. Mine just going to hit the Overseer. And then we just have Persal continue to push 4 bases. His economy is going to be feeling great right now as well, so it's also going to be feeling fantastic for a moment or two. Bane going to run forward. The medevac going to be boosting the bat right here. Just going to see the bio still unloading. A couple of drones taking damage. Queens as well. Just going to see the Spore Crawl in the back continue to come through. Where it gathers, the planetary photo is going to be nearby. This hatchery goes down as well. Just going to see bio everywhere. Drops all over the place. Percival is playing Terran as it's meant to be played. He's just everywhere. And, yeah, it's easily done, obviously, once you get to a point where you're in that sort of a lead. Lambo is going to type the GGs, and unfortunately for Rebellion, their run ends here in the first round of the lower bracket of the playoffs. It's felt like a winnable series, but I think Lambo maybe had to... I mean, they obviously had to... I mean, they got one of the 2v2s, but they had to find something. They had to find a map against Max Packs somewhere, I think is how it goes. A map against Max Packs, and maybe you don't lose out to Percival. If you get a map against Max Packs, you could maybe have ByuN beat Solar as well. Like, you just needed one more map to maybe see it through to an ace, I think. Again, the score is 5-2, but it's one of those series where I think, again, so close to being maybe something that could have gone much longer. It does mean that the Villains will advance through to play against Team Liquid, so that will be the next matchup here going very shortly, guys. So we'll get that going in a second. Let me just get this set up on the Discord so they can submit their teams. All right, we're going to give the teams 10 minutes to set their rosters, guys. So Liquid and Villains of SC2 are the next players, are the next teams up. We continue through the lower bracket for one more matchup today. So we go through one more matchup in the lower bracket, and then we have ourselves the continuation from there. So that's going to be what happens. Get that ready to go. I'm going to take a couple minutes to step away, stretch the legs out, guys. So I'm going to post to the break screen. We'll come back soon. And yeah, it's going to be Liquid against the Villains of SC2. Like I say, we'll get this going. And the Villains have a higher seed, so the Villains do get first server preference as well. So I'll see you guys very shortly for more StarCraft. Some ads. Like I say, I'll be stretch the legs out. We've got another best 9 still to come, guys. It's coming up after this. Alright, mild drama, guys. Mild drama. So, Solo sent me a... So yeah, basically Solo sent me the player list, and so I released the player list to both teams, but what I didn't realize that Solo sent me the player list on the wrong maps. So then I've released Liquid's lineup to the villains, and the villains have obviously sent their lineup, and they weren't on the maps they were expected. Anyways, we're just going to play with the villains lineup that they set, because it was on them. So we will go from there and figure this out. So that's on me. Well, it's on Solo. It was his mistake, but it was on me. I could have realized it before, but obviously I was just in a rush to let people know the maps and get stuff updated. So slight mistake. And get this ready to go in just a couple of moments, guys. Let me update Wikipedia because it does not seem to be updating. Just give me 1 second. I'll do that quickly, and we'll get this going. Just get this updated so we can have it shown. Cool. Alright, Team Liquid versus Villains of SC2. Alright, I'll just update Wikipedia. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just update the Wikipedia and then I'll get this going. Cool. Updated, I think. Alright, so we should be updated on Wikipedia, guys, if you guys want to see the match list. So it's going to be Cure versus Maxpax, Mana versus Maxpax, Cure and Skillus versus Maxpax and Percival, Skillus versus Solar, Mana versus Percival, Maxpax and Solar versus Mana and Cure, Percival versus Cure, and Solar versus Skillus, a rematch for map 8. Alright, we are ready. If everyone else is ready, we can kick this off and get this ready to go. So yeah, it should be on Wikipedia, guys. I've updated with my WardiTV account because I can't log in with my other account anymore on Wikipedia without logging out and logging in on TL. It's really silly. But hopefully it shows for you guys on the Wikipedia page as well, so you can see everything on Wikipedia. I'm also going to work on getting the Basilisk and Jinnah games set up there as well. So I will work on that as we just wait for Maxpax to ready up, and we're going to be good to go. Alright, Maxpax is ready too. Perfect, let's get this on the way. Start out. Perfecto. 2 seconds, guys. Sorry. Cool. Alrighty, let's get this going. Let's get into game. That's the final best of 9 of the day, our third and final best of 9. It's not every day you cast 3 best of 9s, but today is one of them days. In the top left, representing Team Liquid here in the top 4 of the WardiTV Team League Season 10, we've got Team Liquid's Cure. And in the top right, our blue Protoss is going to be Max Pax as we kick this off on Mothership. Did villains have to swap a player because of their mistake? Nope. Basically, the way we agreed to it is just that they sent me the map. They sent me a player list, and that list, even though they said players per map, but like obviously it's still in an order, so we just still used that order. So we're still just using that order of players, basically. So yeah, they did not have to swap a player. We just went with that order of players. The problem is because you can't really redo it easily because you've already shown the intentions. Even if you give a new map list, you've already shown the intentions of which players you might want to use on which map, you know? So yeah. Like I said, if anything, this is on villains. They send the map, the player order. That's going to be the player order, and maybe they don't quite play the maps they wanted to play or so, but that's on their fault for not seeing the correct map list originally. Cool. So yeah, but no one had to swap anything or overrun. Just like I say, may not be in the exact lineup, but at the end of the day, villains only have 3 players anyways, so I'm not sure how much it would have changed. Anyways, we do have a Reaper hopping down, and we move about. Nexus and Cybercore coming through, Stalker and the Warp Gate coming up. Just gonna get the Stalker Chrono boosted on that gateway for a few moments here. So yes, easy drops into place. I'm just gonna be seeing this Reaper setting it back onto the top side as well. It's just gonna get that ready to go for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing the Reaper pulling around, and the probe is going to scout about for a little bit as well. We've seen the Adept is going to chase. We've got a couple of probes, but it is now going to go down. It's kind of a massive matchup to start the day. 2 of the players you could argue are the aces of each team playing each other in this first game. Cure stepped up, brought Liquid into this series by winning that ace game against Classic an hour and a half ago. Can he show up and beat Max Pax on Mothership to set Liquid off onto a great starting point of this day? The matches... Not sure how much I love the matches for Liquid when I look at this overall. I think Skillus hitting Solar twice is a little rough. I think Skillus against Persal might have been a bit nicer. Yeah, I think that's... maybe even a Skillus against Max Pax. I think Skillus' PvP has been pretty good lately, but him against Solar I find difficult because I think Solar is very good at ZVP, and the last few times I've seen Solar Skillus has been very Solar favored, so... Overall, kind of my first impressions of the matchup on the match list is that I actually do think that the villains of SC2 probably got a better set of matchups than Liquid did. But the cool part about this league is everything's a best of 1, and anything can really happen in a best of 1. You only need a couple to gather together, and bam, there we go. He's going to see the Stalker's going to get after the SCV, and it's going to get picked off. The bunker going to be denied a little bit and gives Max Pax the chance to get a few Marines here initially. One Stalker goes very low, and we'll get the bunker finished. Not a bad start, though, as the Widowmine drop will come across the map, mind you, and we'll see if that's something that we have accounted for here as Max Pax. I mean, it should be. Very surprised if he hadn't, but obviously the Stalker's mostly across the map. There we go, 2 are here. We'll get the unload, we'll get the burrow, and we'll go for as much damage as we can. Blink not ready, so we're going to lose a Stalker, and we lose a probe, so... It's actually pretty successful from Cure still. Being able to get a Stalker and a probe is definitely on the, the better side of the trade that you're looking for on this. As the Stalkers blink down, they're going to come chasing for a couple more moments. Just going to get one more pick off over there as well. Just going to get another grab for now. Prism, Gates, Observer, Probe, all of that coming through for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the CC lifting off, moving around. The Mules are going to drop into play here as well. Stalkers still working their way over to the left side, getting ready to push into the natural. And as Max Pax does have a good amount of units here. 2 pylons on the way up to get out a supply block as the 4 gate is ready to hit. You can see how Q's defense looks. The tank behind the building, wall off. Try and protect it in the main base. If the units jump up and in over there, the auto turret comes down. A couple of probes begin to get knocked away at. And here come the Stalkers. There's not a lot to defend this tank, man. It's going to get jumped on. There's just no secondary kind of, or additional kind of wave of units. And now there's a lot of Stalkers. I think Q is in trouble. Because the tank just died a little too easily. Yeah, 4 SCVs go down. A couple of probes died across the map as the Raven got busy with an auto turret. We only just start the 3rd base now, and Q will see that. So Q's economy is fine. He needs to survive in that bunker. SCVs were there to repair it, so it's going to feel really bad when you're there to repair it and it doesn't get repaired. And then the Stalker's able to just grab that so quickly, and obviously down that first tank so quickly as well means the second tank is just going to be slow to arrive, and Q is just getting picked apart by the 4 gates of Stalkers. It's going to go very wrong very quickly. The SCVs still pull through. The extra 4 Stalkers warping in. And the SCVs continue to get picked away at. The Marauders still getting jumped on. And again, Stimpak and Combat Shield. Marines, Marauders, Medivacs continue to come through as well. I see the Stalkers continue to push in. A couple of these SCVs still going down. And those Stalkers warping up here. Just gonna have that orbital command burn. The few SCVs pull through. That's 27 workers killed. Max Pax is getting the job done. As we are pushing through this, the Bio Army is going to try and stand up strong, but I just don't think there's going to be enough. The SCVs pulling down. GG says Q, and that is going to be Max Pax taking game 1 of this best 9 for the villains of SC2. Alrighty then, guys. We'll get into a game 2 of this in a couple of moments. We'll get this ready to go. So we have the second map going to be on Europe between Mana and Max Pax. So, Mana and Max Pax on Europe coming up next. We'll be back to NA for a couple of matches. In fact, I think all of our matches after that until we get to Korea in match 7, map 7, if we get there. Awesome. Alright, yeah, it's a great start for villains. Like I say, I think anytime Kira loses a map for Liquid, it's going to be making this series a lot tougher for Liquid. So a great start. Let's see if Max Pax can survive through the PvP as he plays the opening 2 games here to look to give villains a big start in this series. Get posted in. We're ready to go. I'll just give a couple moments for all of the casters to join us here and kick into this PvP. And then we have the Terran Protoss mirror in the 2v2, followed by some Protoss versus Zerg. So lots to come still. And our 3rd best 9 of the day, guys, but best 9s can definitely be lengthy, so sit tight, enjoy some StarCraft with us. I hope you're having a great weekend so far. Of course, tomorrow we're here for the final day of the WardiTV Team League as well. Been a pleasure bringing you guys all these games. And of course, next week we've got the WardiTV Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament coming around as well. It's going to be awesome too. I should probably start inviting some players for that. You get the feeling that that might be kind of useful, so I'm probably going to be doing some of that this evening, in fact. So I'll be sending out some player invites, get the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament ready, get that all set to go. All right, Max Pax and Mana are ready, and I'm just waiting for all of our casters to join us here. ByuN, I think, is the last one I'm missing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Who else am I missing? Oh, no, I still don't have ByuN here. All right, sweet. Let's get this started up. As we ready and we go. So we kick this off and get this underway. Get this beginning right now. So kicking this into action, guys. And away we go. Beautiful. Again, hope you guys are having a great day. If you are enjoying the tournament, guys, I'll just take a moment. Obviously, the Team League has been a bit of an adventurous one. It's one that obviously takes a lot of admin work and it's taken a lot of effort to get going. We've had a lot of admin issues. It's maybe not been our best event. I appreciate you all for sticking through it with us. And just another mention to, of course, if you do enjoy the content, if you're enjoying all these games, do consider supporting the channel. Whether that's a follow, whether that's a sub, whether that's a super chat or whatever else. However you want to support or checking out the Patreon page, do check all of those things out. We can't run these tournaments without you. While this tournament was funded by Create Entertainment, and a massive thank you to them for sponsoring the Team League. While this tournament was funded by Create Entertainment, we obviously have so many more tournaments to keep on funding. So just because one tournament is funded doesn't mean we stop asking for your support, because again, the more support we get, the more StarCraft 2 we can run. We're constantly in this cycle trying to run more and more games and competitions, keep the players playing StarCraft 2, keep them funded, keep them guys making a living playing the best game out there. So if you do enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the stream, if you just enjoy what we do with running the events, like I say, consider support, and you can check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WardiTV. You can subscribe, you can follow, you can like, it all helps. And most importantly, keep on watching. And definitely come in tomorrow and check it out while we're live for the final day. Great to see the viewership get up a bit. The Team League viewership has been... I mean, I'll just be straight up and get through this very quickly because the Forge is coming down, but the viewership has been not great for the Team League. So if we can try and make tomorrow great, and tune in if you can, would be awesome. Cannon Rush on the way from Mana as we kick into this game number 2. Mana won against Classic with a Cannon Rush early. He's going to Cannon Rush at the front because MaxX has this wall over here, and the back of the main does not have as much of a wall, I guess, that you can kind of set up on. Mana builds the gateway right here as well. He's going to get the pylons down to protect this cannon. How does MaxX approach this? Does he just build away from... Because there's no pro pull, so he's going to cancel the pylons, build a cannon further forward. So Mana's going to leapfrog cannons toward his opponent. Has to cancel one there, but now this cannon is going to be protected by the other cannon, and so we can continue to the leapfrog effect. Obviously, you want to go after the pylon as well. I'm just going to be seeing the pylons coming up that will get the next set of cannons closer. I'm going to build a Stargate. Ooh. Oh, we're going to go for Void Ray, and then what? Void Ray across the map? The Stargate's proxied, so... Yeah, I guess you get a Void Ray into the other side, or an Oracle, whatever. Void Ray is probably better in case he tries to build a cannon. The Void Ray is just constant damage output, and there'll be no anti-air there at all unless the cannon comes up, which you should be able to stop. Obviously, the Void Ray, if you get 2 or 3 of them out as well, could maybe save you kind of long-term here as well, as you have that Zealot out. Obviously, Mana will start to control the ground. MaxX expands over by his Stargate too. Oh, that's very clever. Because it's going to take a while for Mana to kind of break into this position, so the longer it takes him to break in, the more time MaxX has to deal with this by getting out of there with the Nexus on the other side of the map. So it's going to be seeing that one Zealot of Mana is super low right now. The battery definitely helping. Another cannon coming up in a moment as we continue to, like I say, kind of leapfrog forward. MaxX is still getting batteries up in this main as well, so he can help defend the mineral line for a little bit longer. Like I say, Voider on the way. Mana at home is actually building a Stalker now, but that's off the gateway across the map. He is building one gateway back at home, so he might get some anti-air up, but there's a freaking Void Ray that he's going to have to deal with. That's going to be very difficult. And the thing is, Mana does not have the pylons and the cannons to get in reach of the Nexus, right? So I think he just dies to this Void Ray first. Okay, he's in reach of the Nexus. Okay, Mana recalls the Stalker home, so he's going to have an additional Stalker to help. One Stalker is going to be hard-pressed to defend against a Void Ray, and now the second Stalker will not come out because we lose the pylon. This becomes, I really want to say, just an impossible situation. No, the Void Ray is just going to be too good. Cannon comes up, it's a depowered cannon in the mineral line, non-existent. Probe start to go down, and Mana is slowly chipping at the Nexus here. MaxX loses control of his Zealot, it runs forward, and it will go down. So what, we just stay on the Nexus, and then it doesn't matter because there's a Nexus across the map. Liquid will not be able to do enough here, and that is going to be an 0-2 start for Liquid. The villains off to a banger of a beginning. That's a good sign for the first time, I feel like, in the Team League playoffs, the favorites actually get off to just a good start. Villains are the highest seed. They're the highest seed in the entire playoffs, so they're the highest seed. So they're going to be, you got to say that, the favorites, right? But yeah, it's still kind of crazy as we hop on over to NA for Kieran Skillus versus MaxX and Persal. Well, this feels like a must-win for Liquid now in this 2v2. If you want to stay in this, you're going to have to get a map win, at least in the 2v2, I think. If you lose this, there's a very real chance you get 5-0'd, and we've had a lot of very close Team League playoff games so far. I'd really be surprised if we saw like a 5-0, but I think if you lose this, then the 5-0 is... It's definitely likely to happen, because I think Persal against Mana, very possible Persal. I really like Solar against Skillus. I want Skillus to prove me wrong there. But for now, I really believe in Solar in that matchup as well, so... Yeah. Alright, we're going to go to Yellow Jacket for this game. Cool. Get this hosted. Get ready to go for some 2v2. Ah. Hoster is the wrong mod. Got the crack mod on. And we get ready to rumble. Alright, get everyone joined in here. Take a couple of moments, guys. Let's get everyone invited through. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 casters. That's Cure. I'm missing Skillus and 9th caster. Alright, guys, we're making progress. Give it a moment. Wonder why viewership is down for Team League. People not as aware of who is playing. Yeah, I think it's difficult to watch as well if you're like tuned in for certain players a lot of the time and stuff as well, right? So, yeah. I don't know. To be fair, also the group stages of Team League were terrible, and I've just not streamed as much lately, so it might just be that. And when I say the group stages were terrible, we just had a lot of issues, you know, so that obviously goes against it as well. So yeah. Couple of reasons. Boom, 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 boom. Skillus has joined the lobby. Let's get Skillus to go blue. We are going to be good to go into this game. We got all of our casters, I believe. And we have Persal and Max Packs versus Kira and Skillus coming up right here. Like I say, this almost feels like a little bit of a must-win for Liquid, because if you lose this, you're down 0-2. That feels very bad for you, to say the least. That feels very, very bad for you, to say the least. So, yeah. Alright, let's get this going. We have ourselves in the top right-hand side of the map, Percival and Max Pax, Terran and Protoss, and get this underway. The red Terran, the orange Protoss, kicking this on off. In the bottom left, Cure and Skillus as we get into this TVP. Well, TVP. TP versus TP, I should say. But yeah, the villains are up by 2, and it really, again, I don't want to be pessimistic, but I really do think that if Liquid don't win this, it's going to be so troublesome for them. It really sets a downer on this series for sure if you don't get the win right now, so let's see what happens. The great thing about Team Leagues matches like Man and Max Packs have high stakes and potential for upset since it's kind of like a best one. Yeah, no, I mean, I actually think Team League's been great. I think it's been super fun. We've had a lot of cool games and a lot of cool upsets. We've just not been able to transition that into viewership. So that's on me. I mean, to be fair, like this is why I don't. People ask Wardy, why do you keep running the same tournaments? And it's like, well, because when we run a normal 1v1 event, we have 500 more viewers per day, and it's easier to run. Yeah, you gotta do the fun stuff sometimes, though. So sometimes, even if the viewership's not there, switching it up is still a good thing. I still gotta make the sellout point to try and get you guys to come and watch tomorrow. And listen, not really complaining, just sometimes you gotta say these things. Let's have a little grab initially as the Reaper gets a probe that's about. So I'm just going to see that I'm getting killed. I'll not really see it because it was off screen for a second while I was distracted. And then we get back to this. Is Clem not competing? No, he's just not in the rosters. I presume Liquid just chose to participate with Cure, Skillus, and Mana. And I presume that those three just decided to maybe do as much as they could and just split the money themselves, or Clem didn't want to play. I don't know. We're gonna get caught there, just gonna get grabbed. Just gonna see the Stalker gonna poke, and the Reaper as well gonna come forward and just gonna keep this aggression going. Nothing in the bunker just yet from Percival, and the Hellion shows up as well from Cure, so we're gonna kill this Adept. And yeah, maybe have a little bit of a poke and a prod here initially to get this going. Well, Hellion's gonna be there, the Adept's gonna come about. Well, that gun's just going to drop down again. Blink coming across for a few moments. Okay, coming up. Gateway getting going. Reaper can try and get in after a couple of those probes. Battery going to come through as well. Gonna see the Cyclone. Gonna try and go for the Oracle. Oh, he gets it. Wow. Cyclones are stupid sometimes, aren't they? There's some moments where you just look at a Cyclone and it's like, how is that still hitting, man? Stand back, combat shield, +1. Coming about a few moments there. Just going to be having the Marines and the SCVs continue to come through as well. That's going to have the Marine Marauder Medevac continue to come across. Just going to see the Hellions coming through against him. Combat +1 all building. The Nexus and the Blink coming about. Gateway coming over. It's going to be having the supplies looking very reasonable across the board. Bio from both of the Terran players as well. No mechanings in this game, but also Blink from both the Protoss players. It's very rare you see this kind of TP vs TP be so similar across the board. Usually one of the players between one of the races kind of mixes it up from the other side. It's a big stasis going down. MaxPax gets the catch on that, and just a little slow to respond, unfortunately, from Skillus. And now the Hellion show up on the right side, and that's going to be Percival getting in to do some damage to Cure. And Cure is, supply-wise, down on Percival at the moment. Oracle from MaxPax is still floating through, looking for a little extra. And if that gets picked off, the other unit's going to stem forward. Stalkers can turn back around, get back after those Marines again. Marine, Marauder, Medevac tank continue to come through. The attack and parade building. Hang out there. A little bit of the Bio going to stem forward after those Stalkers. The Marines are going to come up, get after the Cyclone. And we're going to try and chase into this. Cure and Skillus right now on a push to try and take advantage of this game. As MaxPax loses a Stalker. Needs to be careful. Persal doesn't have a lot to help out with right now. We blink upwards there from Skillus. Maybe worth getting rid of that Medevac, because that's going to do a lot of micro damage here. As the Cyclone's still locked onto a Stalker, by the way, so that's going to get a kill as well, guaranteed. There's a siege tank. That's going to be the defense I think we need to maybe hold this off. But Skillus and Q are punching through and doing a lot of work at the moment. Medevac's pulled back a little bit. Tank's still firing. We do pull back over to the left-hand side. Stalker's going to come across there. Pylon will take a couple of nibbles already. Continue to ping around and just seeing these Stalkers and the Marauders still getting going. A couple of Marines going to be here as well. Medevacs are there to do a bit of healing. And this army still steps forward at the moment, just pushing down toward the middle of the map. And Marine Marauder coming up. Barracks on the way through. Depot's producing. 4 Stalkers warping in from Skillus as he's 91 supply to MaxPax is 66. So great counterattack, great overall shove. Let's see what more we can do here on the side of Skillus and Q, or are they just happy to sit back for now? Percival, the leading supply between himself and MaxPax. Pretty much him and Persal tied in supply, and then Cure a bit ahead of MaxPax, so pretty close. Zep is going to go to that warp, to that watchtower for a second. Stalkers gather about. Marauder just going to be right there. It's going to be seeing the +1 in charge. All of that continue to come about. Continue to get that going for a couple of moments. See how our armies then will resell. So yeah, we really do just get to resettle ourselves a little bit as we take a few moments. Medevac's going to load up. Going to end up boosting upwards. Skillus able to push MaxPax away there. Persal's army, the largest, obviously get that tank set up defensively. Can do a lot for you here, so imagine that will be a factor. Obviously, this is the issue though. Getting to the other base, you might be able to keep that high ground base safe, but getting to the other bases might be more of a trouble. Some factor overall. Tanks are going to gather, Bio coming about, Stalker's going to join up together here, and we're just going to see the +2 and the charge coming around, Nexus and the pylon still building. Do we have a way? I mean, these tanks are very far forward, so now that we do get towards them, they just die very quickly. Now the tanks are Q get to step forward. All the tanks top right from Percival are unable to really be part of this. More Stalkers warping in, pulling on through. A couple of Vikings going to go in after the medevacs. The tower picked off, just going to be seeing those few Stalkers jumping in toward the Nexus on the front. A couple of Zealots in the main base going to go after those probes. Also, Nexus does go down, so there's going to be a grab. And take that out. Stalkers get underneath that prism. It's also going to go down here. I mean, obviously just getting rid of the base is huge. We can work our way around to the other bases at this point as well, I'd imagine. Probably going to become a bit of a priority, because obviously now these four... I mean, the main base is going down too. Skillus and Cure are killing it in this game, and they're doing what they needed to, which is to get a win on the board for Liquid. If we didn't get this win, it was going to become a very, very difficult affair. This makes the series feel a little bit more doable again, but man, it was a scary start as well, right? Like, this did not start off like cleanly for them. It actually looked very good for Percival and MaxPax early on, honestly, so kind of a wild one. GG's have to be called. MaxPax and Percival struggle in these 2v2s. They really have had issues across the course of this league compared to some of the other 2v2 teams. GG's. Well, the good news now, guys, as I mentioned before, is we don't actually have to swap servers, because we can stay on NA for a little bit. As we're going to go into Skillus versus Solar. So it was the Villains advantage before. Villains, nothing, Liquid. So it's going to go central for Skillus. Solar on 10,000 feet. Alright, we'll get Skillus and Solar ready to go onto this, guys. Kick this off in a moment. It's ready to go. Hey, what's up, Black Jacku? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 1-year resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for priming us. Thank you. Solar, Skillus, just need them to set races. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need one more caster. Who am I missing? I believe we are good. All right. Skills ready. Solar ready. And kick this off. We get this underway, guys. 2-1 in favor of the Villains of SC2. They look to go further. So get this next one started up in a second. That drone gathering sub emote's so cute. Yeah, it's really awesome. You know what, it's funny because like nowadays I don't think much about the sub emotes and stuff like that. I used to think these alerts were much more important back in the day on Twitch, but really happy that we have the ones that we have, you know. Yeah, it's we had a really awesome artist make a lot of the stuff that we've been using for years at this point. Actually, it's I think it was 2022 the last time we had a graphics overhaul. All right, let me have a. I have it saved in my folder. WardiTV. Yeah, 2022 was when we had the graphics overhaul, which is kind of crazy that we've been using like these stream graphics for like 4 years, but man, no point spending money on stuff like that anymore when we can spend money on more StarCraft. So. Oh, Liquid and Skillus got a map on the board. Can Skillus upset Solar? This is the matchup I do not feel great about. And the fact that it's going to happen twice, I think, is going to make it very difficult, I think, overall for Liquid. And like I said, I'd love to see Skillus prove me wrong. You look at their history. Solar is on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 match winning streak against Skillus that goes back to January of last year. Full time, Solar 25-8 in series against Skillus, 56-28 in maps, so it's about every 2 and 3 maps he wins. And to be fair, the last time they met was in January. Skillus did take a map then, so like I said, I'm not saying it's not possible. I just do think Solar is one of the very best right now, and I think Skillus, to me, Skillus has not looked confident in PvZ in a little while. So I'm excited to see what he does to maybe show us this possibility, perhaps. Drone, I'm just going to chase the probers. Solar needs a pause for a moment. Hotkey. No worries, get that sorted out. We'll get this resumed.
Game resumed.
Solar probably has the best ZVP after Sarah. I think his ZVP... I think the problem is that Solar has so many dangerous ways to end the game in ZVP. But he can also, on top of being very dangerous with a lot of his builds and stuff, he can also just play the long game too. You know, like, he just has so many... I think the thing about Solar's ZVP is that he actually is a master of all styles. And, like, he may typically trend more towards the aggressive ZVP, but I think that's just the nature of ZVP lately. But like he can just play it all, and so there's just no way where it's like, well, if I just do this, I can play safely into this kind of you know, you don't get those kind of choices as Skillus or as the Protoss. So yeah, it's definitely makes it funky. Definitely makes it funky. Maybe seeing a couple of Lings gonna move about, the Adept's gonna move over. And that will try and poke around for a little bit of info in the early stages, of course. They're just going to try and shade through a couple moments. A couple queens are going to be there. Try and get a little bit of feistiness on the go. Also trying to play their defense. Trying to see if I can get through with anything for a couple of moments. A couple of queens just going to hit the Stalker, and the Adept have to back it off for a couple of moments. Again, the Overlord continues to move about. The Warp Gate, the Oracle, the Adept, and the Gateway continue to build by just for now. Oracle shows up. We'll get a couple drones. Actually not bad for Skillus. Gets 2. Try to go for 3. Doesn't quite find it. Again, this one map is going to be in favor of Skillus in terms of the service, so there is a time for him to take down Solar. This might be it. Okay, Ling's going to wrap around. The Adept goes down again. Ling's getting that surround. And just have the, again, Nexus, Twilight Council, the Gateway coming through. Queen's gonna fight the Oracles, and the Oracle actually goes down here perhaps. Oh, no, it does. I was about to say it gets away on 1 HP, but it actually does go down. A little bit of a shame to be losing the Oracle. It's always nice to keep your Oracles alive. They're almost always gonna find value given time. Queens gathered together, just going to be seeing that Evolution Chamber coming about, just going to be seeing the Adepts going to try and shade in after those Zerglings, so trying to make their way across there for a few moments, nothing too crazy just yet though. Let's see what we might be able to find. Queen's going to be there, the Adepts get turned away. Just take a couple seconds here. So the melee upgrade coming about, the Hydro Den coming up, drones producing. +1 in that blink coming through as well. The robot facility coming online. Melee upgrade continues to take over for a few moments here. The infestation pit building, Hydro Den building. So it's all going to get the melee upgrade, but otherwise just looking to kind of play into a longer kind of setup here. Skillus will get some aggressive opportunities with Blink coming through soon. Some of the times that Solar does fall in these matchups, I feel like, is a lot of the time it's the the kind of, you know, the blink timing. He's not quite set up, maybe took a bit of damage early and so on. It's going to be having the Stalkers coming about, just going to be seeing the Stalkers moving down, the Oracle is going to be there. We'll see a couple of the group tumors being picked away at for the moment or two. Stalkers going to fight, Queens will take some damage. Again, the Ling Hydra going to continue to come across for a couple of moments. Moving over for now. Obviously it comes about, just going to move over for a little bit. Just going to be seeing a couple of things coming about. I was going to get caught by a stasis initially. And Extractor going to be finishing up. Just going to see the Queen gathering around. Hydra's going to be there. Going to see the few Stalkers ready to get in after a couple of those Lings. Just going to be picking away at those. Grab those initially. Again, missile upgrade coming about for now. The Seismic Spines, the High Duelist Speed, and the Vipers continue to come on in for the moment. Ling Hydra still continues to gather up. Coming across right now. The Stalkers coming over. And then a couple of Vipers gathering through. The Lurkers on the way. Just going to start fighting against us. The Muscle Augment still coming about there. The Lings continue to run across back in position for the next few moments. Ourselves the Ling Hydra force still gathering, and this is the moment where it gets interesting because we're about to hit Lurkers. This moment right now is maybe where Skillus has the most potential to push on through, and even as Lurkers are first finishing, maybe even then you have a few opportunities, but probably dies very quickly here. The one Colossus means you don't have too much splash against the Hydra Ling portion of this. The Lurk is about to get their range upgrade as well, so it's going to be even harder to poke at these from afar. Those Lurkers start a bit mega work, and you can just see Skillus not really ready to deal with this now. Lings across the map into the mineral line. 6 probes, forces are warping into the main base to cause a bit more chaos and keep things busy. And Solar continues to pressure this situation in a great way. Colossus laser beams doing a lot. We're going to blink forward to try and dive on this. We have ducked the Colossus as the Viper goes down. Well, one Colossus can be saved by the prison, but that is a one-sided fight if we've ever seen one. This was not it for Skillus at all. Like I say, he had a moment to maybe try and do something, but that fell apart very quickly. Two more Stalkers warping in. Colossus is going to be there. It's going to see some Ling Hydra trying to run up the ramp in the center. Going to be caught by the Stasis Ward. I'm just going to be seeing the laser beam still coming through. The couple Lurkers are going to burrow up as well. Yeah, okay, for a moment or two, these Colossus are actually going to do a little bit better. We do not have a lot of support for the Lurkers momentarily, and perhaps there's something of an opportunity here for Skillus. So we're still going to find eco position. Lots of economy for him. 84 drones. He's looking cozy. Just needs to deal with these Colossus. Obviously lost the Viper previously. He has one still available. So that Viper shut down by Skillus was actually pretty effective and pretty impactful overall. Colossus is going to get another look from afar. Hey, I give credit to Skillus. He's actually doing very well for himself. Much better than I thought he would be doing. Again, Hydra, Queen still coming up. Ling's coming through. Viper goes down. Prism just loads up the Colossus once again. A few more laser beams continue to come through. The round of Zealots just warp in. The Lurkers are going to fire. Colossus still shooting up again. A couple of Queens taking damage. We are going to be seeing the Ling Hydra pushing up. The Lurkers will step by. Again, in for a few more of those probes. The Colossus is going to hold out. The Hydra's going to step through. The Colossus in trouble. For half a second, there was a moment where I kind of believed for Skillus, but Solar gets it done. It's a 3-1 lead. And Solar will put the villains truly in the lead of this series. Wow. Looks like the abduct finished even though the Viper died. Yeah, I mean, if it abducts, the abduct goes off. It's only if the Viper dies. There's a point where the abduct goes off no matter what, even as the Viper dies. The Viper just need to keep pulling it, basically. If that makes sense. So I need to find my map list. There we go. Celestial Enclave. So it's going to be Mana versus Persal. So that was Liquid's advantage. Now going to be the Villain's advantage. Celestial and Persal will serve her advantage to maybe make this a 4-1 lead. See if Mana can stop that from happening. Try and keep the series within reach. I mean, if you win this as Mana, maybe you can get the next 2v2 and bam. Maybe then Pure beats Persal. Maybe you even take a lead. Like, next few maps are winnable, is the main takeaway right now, so we will see. As we host up for this Protoss versus Terran. If mana up. Percival to join us, see where everyone else is at. Do-do-do, do-do-do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why do I keep missing a caster? Why do they keep going? Good, we should be able to get this started in a second, guys. Alright, players are here, ready GLHF. I've got 8 casters, I'm going to say that that's good enough. Had to join, so let's do it. Percival Mana. Mana looks to stop the villains from getting onto match point here. I wonder what Mana's history against Percival is. Took the map off Percival in the WardiTV 2025 Championship, but did lose the series. Won the series before that, and then lost 3 in a row. Not great, basically. Percival 8-5 all time against Mana. The last they played was back in December, however, so it's been a hot second since they played each other. That much is for sure. As on the bottom left-hand side, we're going to kick this one off with the blue Terran player, his team with a 3-1 lead. Looking to get back to where they thought they'd be, at the very least into the top 3. It's going to be Percival in the bottom left corner of the map. In the top right, our red Protoss player Mana. See if he has some plans on this one. Alright, so we get game 5 building up right here. Can Mana keep Liquid out of trouble? Since that 2-0-2 start, it felt like Liquid have constantly been it feels like Liquid have constantly been kind of just on the chase to get back in the series or to keep themselves from really falling out of the series. Trying to recover here now. SCV, going up into the main base, trying to see what's up next in the Cybercore coming through. It's going to be having the Robo Facility Nexus coming about. Nothing too wild then. Obviously, you do have an interesting map with it, having this in-base aspect to it. The Robo as a starting point is perhaps intriguing. Just very defensive from the get-go from Mana. No kind of movement in towards something like a Blink play or even Stargate Phoenix play or anything that could maybe give you a little bit more kind of control just in general. You do have the couple of SCVs just going to put some mining into place and get that underway. Starboard. I'll be about halfway done. Just going to be seeing the Stalk and the Wolf Gate building about. Not much to say. Just kind of intrigued what Mana's going to do. I guess there we go. We can talk about the 2-base Colossus. Wow. I was not really expecting that, to be honest. The Robo Bay is a little surprising, no? I'd say not really expecting the Robo Bay to come down. I mean, maybe, because he already opened Robo Facility, but, like, just genuinely kind of surprising. How funky. Well, we get ourselves the Robo Bay up early, so it's going to be 2-base Colossus. So very defensive from Mana. Very important he doesn't take damage in this game, because he's playing a style that revolves around him. Basically, I'm very safe. If he takes damage, he doesn't have the economy kind of booster or boon or anything to kind of set himself up from there and to kind of go and do more with it. So just have those couple Stalkers continue to come down and around. So they're just going to move across for a couple moments as well. See where they can get to. Just initially. We're going to be here to try and help fight back a little bit. We are going to see the Medevac actually going to get low, and the Widowmine going to hit a Stalker and a couple of probes that were pulled across here. So, oh no! And the second Widowmine goes for 5. Mana going to take a bunch of damage. There's a Hellion being annoying too, but that was just a fall apart from Mana, and he takes a ton of damage now. Down 7 working in the game, not where you want to be. To echo myself, you don't want to take damage here as Mana. And he really doesn't want to take damage, because now that he's taken damage, he ends up in a very difficult place where he's played a very safe, kind of comfortable opening, taking more damage than he would have taken if he'd played a greedy kind of 3 Nexus early opening, and just now ends up in a whole spot of bother, basically. So it's pretty that was pretty tough, actually, right now for Mana. Going to be playing from a deficit here, and that does not bode well. That does not bode well at all. And just have the +1 attack upgrade coming up on the engineering base. Just get that set up for a couple moments as well. So I see an SCV getting grabbed. Raven just coming back around. Marines and the tanks coming through. Stim pack, combat shield, +1 attack upgrade. Continue to come about as well at the moment. Again, charge building. Thermal lance on the way. The Colossus still building through. A couple probes in the gate coming about, making a few gateways, in fact. We do have Persal stepping forward for a couple moments out the front. So there's Biotank Force coming to the front here. Medevac going to be nearby, and we do see the couple sentries going to start getting blasted initially. Persal doesn't have stim or anything just yet, so honestly maybe not a bad time for Mana to actually fight this before Persal can really use the full strength of his army, so maybe that's not so bad. Let's move about, and just going to see Persal still stepping forward. This next couple moments, see what we can do. Tank's just going to load up. Just going to be seeing the medevac boosting across. Get set to party over here. That Raven going to be here to help support as well. And now we've actually got the upgrades. We are going to drop a stim. We can Matrix a Colossus. We could anti-armor missile a bunch of these units too. Batteries get depowered, so there goes the healing that actually would have already been useful to bring one of the Colossus back up to HP a little bit. Would have been quite nice. Batteries going down. This third Nexus falling. The Raven is just thinking what it wants to do. We drop a scan on the army to keep track of it, and Man is just going to walk across, but he's going to give up his third base in doing so. I mean, what? We cut off reinforcements, but you have to deal with this army, otherwise it's just going to push onto your natural as well, right? 3 siege tanks, not siege right now. This is the opportunity, perhaps, to take something of a fight. The Raven is still nearby to, like I say, maybe do something. We're going to drop a recall to get back in position on the natural. Oh, God. 1 Colossus, 2 Colossus. Drop the Matrix on both of them as they recalled. Oh, that was sick. So now the Colossus are just completely depowered. That's why he can chase into the recall so comfortably, because he knows the Colossus damage output is not going to be there. Oh, that was actually a really cool play from Percival, dropping the Matrix as the recall went off. Oh, this is not it. Mana knows it too. Liquid are fallen into trouble. 1 and 4 right now, and it is going to be a 2v2 to try and save them. They did not win a single 1v1 so far, unfortunately. They did not win a single 1v1. And, like I say, they're going to have to try and win it on a 2v2, as they're going to go to Rust Bucket for this game. So, let's get this hosted up. Rust Bucket. The villains of SCT very close to moving forward here. Just one more map. This would be the most one-sided game in the entire playoff series, in the entire playoff so far. Again, tomorrow, guys, Basilisk and No Ace Jenner will open the day with the upper bracket finals. The loser of that will play the winner of this, and then the grand final will follow that as well, of course. Championship Sunday. 3 more best of 9s. Probably going to be pretty great. Alright, just need to move some people around. Max packs. Mana. Mana. And Solar. Cool, let's get them set on their colors, guys, and we'll be off and away on this. Alright, we'll ready up, and we'll kick this off. Beautiful. GG Go goes to Solar. Races are all set. Maxpax needs to set his race, but otherwise we are good. Ready says Cure. Just need Maxpax to race up, and Mana to ready up, and we should be all good to go. Were you guys debating whether the fiber abductors theoretically should work as it does? If I pull something but then I ceased to exist, I still pulled it, you know? It has still been pulled. Unless it depends, I guess. It depends whether the abduct is a constant pull or it's one big, like, yank, you know? Right? If it's just one big yank, then the Colossus is going to end up where it was going to end up anyway. If it's a constant pull and it disappears, then I guess the Colossus should drop midway. So I guess we need definition of what the abduct really is. Like, how exactly does the Viper go about abducting? Personally, it feels like one big yank. Like, one big yank initially to kind of get... Well, maybe it... If it was a constant pull, I feel like it would be slower. No? It depends if a negative force is applied like Dragon or if you leave the ground. Well, no, but if I've already pulled and it's in the process of it, the motion has begun, the force has already acted on me, and then I cease to exist, or the Viper ceases to exist, then it doesn't need. Obviously, if the Viper ceases to exist while it's still being pulled, then yeah. But that's my question, right? Then it really comes down to how does a Viper pull work? The motion of the abducted unit suggests a yank. Yeah, that's what I think. So then I think you yank it. The unit has already been yanked. It is already in motion, no? This is no longer continuous force from the object that yanked. I'm glad you guys were discussing this. I just wanted to get involved. Get through some early TV too. Guess we should put an observer camera on and probably set the scores as well. This could be our last game of the day. Max and Solar and the Villains of SE2 with a 4-1 lead. One more map and they'll be top 3 in the WardiTV Team League. Good. Great job to get top 4 without the use of Clam. Can you imagine where they would have been with Clam? It's interesting, isn't it? They've been such a good team. I actually think making playoffs alone without Clem was very impressive. Taking down the Musketeers without Clem, also impressive. Yeah, kind of crazy. Top probes going to Bow Command Center. The barracks and the reactor all continue to come through. Paper coming about. Just going to see the Nexus coming through. The Link Speed coming about for a few moments. See a couple pings coming around, a couple barracks coming through. The Reaper's going to get the drone here, so it's going to be a nice little grab just to start us off. Just being a little bit annoying. Couple of Lings of Solar. Just working on the assimilator steel. Just trying to unblock MaxPax's gas income. What will Kira Mana choose to do? MaxPax on his way to Stargate. Mana chooses to play Twilight Council. Kira is doubling down with additional barracks, so we are going to see Bio from him. I think that makes sense against this Protoss combo. I think Bio is a little bit more malleable instead of just being slow going and very defensive with mech, where a lot of the Protoss stuff can kind of pick you apart. Good, gonna shoot, gonna get a probe. It's gonna have a few Marines in the stim pack still coming about. And our Twilight Council is coming up and online as well, so we get that going. Yeah, just for a moment or two, a couple of Adepts are gonna come around. Gonna see me Adepts just gonna be gathering. Gonna lift the Reaper, a couple more pings. Again, just clearing up some of this early game harassment. MaxPax and Solar. We've been busy. We killed a few drones of Solar, killed a few probes of MaxPax. So yeah, they've been busy defending. Yeah, what's up, Headhunters? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Much appreciated. Marines coming back up that high ground. Gonna see Stim and Combat Shield still building through. The Phoenix gonna grab a Hallucination as well. Again, Blink coming about, Combat Shield about to be done. Baneling Nest, Melee Upgrade continue to come into place also. Robotics Facility will be building on the front. Phoenix continue to lift up a bunch of these probes, so a bunch of damage being dealt, a bunch of those workers going down. Getting some really good damage done just initially as the extra Link Bane comes up. Solar prepping a lot of units alongside a melee upgrade. I tell you what, when we first started this team league, we saw so much in the Zerg Protoss games, so much kind of melee upgraded Lings with Stalkers. It really feels like that died out a bunch. And even now, this is more just Link Bane Phoenix, right? So interesting how that kind of came to be a thing for like a week or two, and then people really kind of moved on from it. Kyo shows up over here, and Solo's in some serious trouble. Maxfax is nowhere near to defend, and Solo's base is just dying to this push of Kyo. Mana is sending a few units forward and keeping kind of things busy as Kyo finishes off the base. The Lings can't really run into this on their own because the Marine's obviously going to be fight good enough against that. And the Phoenix just don't really help too much against the Marine count being this high. Don't know if I love the stim forward here because now these Banes are going to get a chance to come through. I mean, Solo lost a base, he's building another one. That's a lot of Lings. I mean, these Marines do not have medevacs to back them up, by the way, so this is quite committed from Kira Mana. Can we do enough to keep this going? So far, yes is the answer. We are doing enough to keep this going, so that part goes well. The Marine's still going to fight. The Stalker's blinking back. The Marines are super low HP, which is why I kind of feel like we might find a way to defend this still. Maxfax trying to get to Robo Bay. Loses a pylon, though. He'll be supply blocked. That's one issue he'll have to figure out. Banes get target fired down. Kua and Mana looking to keep Liquid alive. They're going to win both the 2v2s. And they will not fall in this series just yet. Hey, this is very akin to the series they played earlier, where they won all the 1v1s against the Musketeers originally, but lost the 2v2s, and then they ended up in an ace match. So maybe the 1v1s from here go the other way. Up next, Kua plays against Percival, and then Skillus against Solus. So we go to Korea for Kua versus Percival, as Kua will look to keep Liquid alive. Must win this game to keep their tournament chances on the way. And then if he does do that, Skillus has to find a way to beat Solar to force an ace match. Just realized the upper bracket finals tomorrow is all Zerg and Protoss, no Terrans. Yeah. Especially when you've seen so many of the TVTs be very Terran focused as well. It's the Basilisk Jin Air match is all Zerg Protoss, no Terran action at all. Terrans, man, never a winning race, even in the team league. Unbelievable. Percival and Cure is on Tourmaline. I'll get this hosted here on the Korean server, guys. Get this ready to go. Alright, move up Kua, we move up Percival, we start 8 casters, 4, we're at 7, do we have an 8? There he is logging in as we speak. Ready and go called by the players, we can go straight away. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start, and we jump into Tourmaline, guys. Alrighty. You have a PhD in physics. What did you miss? We were discussing the physics of the Viper abduct. Yeah. Because the Viper abducted something and then died, and it's like, well, should the thing have still been moving? It's a good discussion. We had to really. I mean, my personal favorite part was figuring out what the Viper abduct really does. In the top right-hand side, I love that, by the way. It's like, you know, we're only 15 years into SC2, and okay, the Viper's not been in SC2 15 years, but, you know, we're still finding great questions to ask and talk through, you know? In the top right, Kua keeping his teammates alive by winning the 2v2s at least. Can he do it here in the 1v1 against Percival? The Viper doesn't move. How? Well, clearly the Viper's internal organs move a lot within the Viper. And maybe that's what the Viper is abducting with, its internal muscles and organs. So you don't see the physical movement of the Viper, but the inside of the Viper moves within its shell. I've got no idea. I'm just making stuff up as we go. Maybe it's more like a new parasite. It's telling the thing to move into danger. Yeah. You dramatically moved into our location. I'm so glad we're doing some learning on today's StarCraft stream. Yeah. Reapers on the way, factories building up. We take a little bit of time to settle ourselves down here and get this all going. Maybe seen the Reapers on the way. It's pretty much mirrored once again. I say once again because we saw Persal against ByuN earlier in the previous match, and that was also mirrored in the early stages. So seeing a little bit of that right now. Q's TVT is very good. I actually think Percival has a very good TVT as well, but let's see if he can make something happen here against Q. Like I said, I think Q's TVT is just extremely good, so it's very tough. These Reapers trying to engage each other in the early stages, trying to fight, backing off for a couple of moments. Again, Reaper, Hellion continue to come through for a little bit. Just going to be seeing the commands into coming through. The depots are on the way. Bringing a lot of this online just initially. Let's head toward the upper right-hand side. Again, the Reaper and the Hellion continuing through for a little bit. Get that on the go. Moving through. The Hellion going to fire a shot or so off to try and get a little bit of work initially onto those Reapers. The Reaper's going to try and chase. You be careful though, because you very easily get caught here, no? With extra units showing up and so on. So, Reapers in an awkward spot, mostly because obviously they're caught by the Hellion. And if your own Hellion shows up, the other Reapers can kind of zone you out of the fight. High ground leap was good enough to save it for the moment, as we are going to be taking this fight over here. More Reaper shots still setting through. It's going to be a cleanup on Q's early units. The Persal gets off to a good start. He loses a Reaper, kills 2 Hellions and 2 Reapers. And now he's going to arrive over onto the natural where he'll kill, at the very least, he'll kill off an SCV. He's going to kill off a second on this high ground, building the depot that's going to try and buy you the time to stay alive on this. The Reaper has to do some kind of work here. Good grenade. But we get in, and now this Reaper in trouble too. Another Hellion's about to spawn. What do we go for? I think we go for the Reaper. I think the more units you get rid of here, the better overall. The other Reaper that was on the map comes home, though. Okay, we're going to be fine. We're going to go for a few SCVs in the end. 3 SCVs still good, and Kira definitely taking some early damage. Percival getting into a strong start in the early stages. Going to be seeing that Raven coming up on both sides. The interference matrix all coming through. The couple SCVs building. Marines and a tank on the way as well. Ourselves a few moments of calm then. Percival, Q. Just getting settled here. Tank gonna siege up. A couple of Marines in the cycle and gonna gather around for a few moments. Raven is gonna be popping shortly. The interference matrix still coming online. The Marines are gonna move over to the front. The Raven is overhead. Second starport from Percival is a very fun one because obviously he took a little bit of an edge early, and second starport's very aggressive. I like it, honestly. I think this is going to work well for him because, again, he just took a little bit of an edge early, won a little bit of that early game of the fight. So I kind of like this as we settle into these early stages. Vikings, the tank, and the Marines still continuing through. The couple units just setting up on that natural initially. A few more units pressing forward at first. I have the Ravens coming around the sides. The Marines and the tank settle. I'm just going to see a few of these units splitting up. Tank will unsiege, resiege. Alien going to take a bit of damage initially as well. The Raven's just going to be sat overhead still, ready to potentially make a bit of a move right now. Vikings and the Ravens still hanging about. This tank is going to edge a little further forward. A few Ravens up at the top just going to be hanging back, and we are... Like I say, the air control is nice, but if we end up getting mass matrix, it doesn't matter. That's why the Ravens want to come in from a weird angle, so you can't just zone them out super freely with the Vikings. What you should be thinking here as Percival is, where the hell are his Ravens, you know? Why aren't they, you know, on my scan? So you have to then start figuring out where they're going to be coming in from, try and position yourself against that, and try and deal with this, otherwise you get into a bit of a weird spot. Now, there's a third CC coming up behind this from Percival. He'll start up his own stim pack, he'll be behind on the engineering bay upgrades. He has a bit of a contain on his opponent. Like I say, it's weird because we're actually reinforcing this. I wonder if it'd be better for Q to find a way to get some medevacs and marines across the map, because right now Percival is just rallying everything over to the other side. Gonna be seeing a few shots coming about. Liberator sets up. There's the power of the double starport. I'm going to be seeing... Oh, I thought we were going to get that tank that was low already. We will get this one, that siege, and that means we can press forward into the natural. And so time is running out for Q to do something here. He doesn't have stim just yet. Oh no, we walk into tank range, and that's just going to do it. Q walks into tank range. He gets absolutely blasted, and it's going to be GG. Percival is going to take the final game necessary for the villains to eliminate Team Liquid. And if the Raven's dead and everything going wrong, Q just taps on out, and that is going to be disaster. GG. All right, that means that we have the villains advancing through to the lower bracket final. That will be tomorrow. And of course, give me a second, I'll take you guys through things actually. So... just clean up my Discord a little. Cool, so let me show you guys how tomorrow looks. It's going to be the same as today in the sense that it's going to be 3 best of 9s. And it looks like this. So we're going to have Basilisk versus Noise Jinair to start us off. Then we're going to have the loser versus the villains of SC2. And then the winners of that play the winners of the upper bracket final in the grand final. These are all best of 9. So, tomorrow we already have the matchups preset for Basilisk and Noise Jinair. They both submitted their rosters already. So it's going to be Trigger versus Creator, Raynor versus Rogue, Serral and Trigger versus Rogue and SOS. Raynor plays Rogue a second time. And then we go Serral versus SOS, Goblin and Serral versus Creator and Rogue, Trigger versus SOS, Serral versus Creator, an ace match if needed. And then the villains of SC2 will play the losers of that. And we will see how it all comes about. So, that's what's coming up tomorrow. I appreciate you all for tuning in today. Again, if you enjoyed, a few things to mention. Again, typically just support the channel. Follow, like, subscribe, donate, cheer, subscribe up. Check out the Patreon page, guys. Patreon.com/WardiTV. This little button here. Patreon.com/WardiTV. 100% of anything pledged on Patreon goes into WardiTV tournament prize money. We are starting to raise funds for the WardiTV Spring Cup and Spring Championship. So if you want to get involved in that, Patreon is the place to be. What's the mode for the grand final? Just a regular best of 9. The advantage for the upper bracket team is that they get server advantage, despite they get server advantage no matter. They get server advantage, which means that they get the first server advantage, and they'll get server advantage in the ace match if it comes to it. Yeah, I didn't have a good way to make a different way for the grand final to work. So we might just get a rematch straight up. Yeah. But yeah, getting the first server advantage can obviously be interesting as well. So there's that kind of aspect to it as well, potentially. When do we start tomorrow? We start at the same time as we started today. So about 5 hours ago, but tomorrow. So in 19 hours from now. It's 1 p.m. CEST. So 1 p.m. Europe, midday UK. 4 a.m. West Coast, 4 a.m. West Coast NA, or 7 a.m. East Coast NA. Cool. Yeah, so that's going to be it for us today, guys. I appreciate you all tuning in and hanging out. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you have a great rest of your day. I just need to quickly... No, I don't need to do anything else on stream. So yeah, like I say, support the challenge if you can. Most importantly, come and watch again tomorrow. We're going to have a great day. I'm feeling it. I think it's going to be fun. So come check us out tomorrow. Watch the stream. Should be a blast. And I'll see you guys there. You guys have a great rest of your day. thank you. Bye-bye. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Set of ads on the outro. Supports the channel as well, so stick around for a minute or so. Watch the ads, and then we'll host someone up on Twitch. And see you guys later. Bye.